Jerome K. Jerome, 3 men in a boat, to say nothing of the dog. Chapter 1. There were 4 of us, George, and William Samuel Harris, and myself, and Montmorency. We were sitting in my room, smoking, and talking about how bad we were. Bad from a medical point of view, of course. We were all feeling unwell, and we were getting nervous about it. Harris said he felt such extraordinary fits of giddiness that he hardly knew what he was doing. And then George said that he had fits of giddiness too, and hardly knew what he was doing. With me, it was my liver that was out of order. I knew it because I had read a patent liver pill advertisement in which the symptoms were described properly. I had them all. It was a most extraordinary thing, but I never read a medical advertisement without coming to the conclusion that I'm suffering from the particular disease. The diagnosis seems to correspond with all my sensations. I remember going to the British Museum one day to read up the treatment for hay fever. I got down the book and read all I came to read, and then began to study diseases generally. I had glanced half of the list of premonitory symptoms of some fearful disease and saw that I had got it. I again turned over the pages. I came to typhoid fever, read the symptoms, discovered that I had typhoid fever, and probably for months without knowing it. Turned up to St. Vitus dance, found, as I expected, that I had that too. Began to get interested, and so started alphabetically. Bright's disease I had only in a modified form, and, so far as that was concerned, I might live for years. Cholera I had, with serious complications, and diphtheria I seemed to have been born with. I studied the 26 letters, and the only disease I had not got was housemaid's knee. I felt rather hurt about this at first. Why hadn't I got housemaid's knee? But I reflected that I had every other known disease, and this thought calmed me down. There were no more diseases after zymosis, so I sat and thought it over. What an interesting case I must be from a medical point of view. What a treasure I should be to a class. Students would have no need to walk the hospitals. I was a hospital in myself. All they need to do is just to walk round me, and after that, take their diploma. Then I wondered how long I had to live. I tried to examine myself. I felt my pulse. I could not at first feel any pulse at all. Then suddenly it started off. I pulled out my watch and timed it. I made it 147 to the minute. I tried to feel my heart. I could not feel my heart. It had stopped beating. It was beating, I believe, but I cannot account for it. I patted myself all over my front, from what I call my waist up to my head, and I went a bit round each side and a little way up the back. But I could not hear anything. I tried to look at my tongue. I stuck it out as far as I could, shut one eye, and tried to examine it with the other. The only thing I discovered was that I had scarlet fever. I had walked into that reading room a happy, healthy man. I crawled out, a wreck. I went to my medical man. He is my old friend, and feels my pulse, and looks at my tongue, and talks about the weather when I'm ill, so I thought I would do him a good turn by going to him now. What a doctor wants, I said, is practice. He will get more practice out of me than out of 1,700 of your ordinary patients, with only 1 or 2 diseases each. So I went straight up and saw him, and he said, "Well, what's the matter with you?" I said, "I will not take up your time, dear boy, with telling you what is the matter with me, but I will tell you what is not the matter with me. I have not got housemaid's knee. Why I have not got housemaid's knee, I cannot tell, but the fact is, I've not got it. Everything else, however, I have got." And I told him how I had discovered it all. He examined me. After that, he sat down, wrote out a prescription, and gave it to me, and I put it in my pocket and went out. I did not open it. I took it to the nearest chemist's and handed it in. The man read it, then handed it back. He said he didn't keep it. I said, "You are a chemist?" He said, "I am a chemist. If I was a store and family hotel combined, I might help you." I read the prescription. It ran, 1 pound beefsteak with 1 pint bitter beer every 6 hours. 1 10-mile walk every morning. 1 bed at 11 sharp every night. And don't stuff up your head with things you don't understand. I followed the directions with the happy result. My life is still going on. Going back to the Liverpool advertisement, I really had the symptoms. The chief was a general disinclination to work of any kind. As a boy, the disease hardly ever left me for a day. They did not know then that it was my liver, and everybody used to put it down to laziness. "You're a lazy little devil," they would say. "Get up and do something for your living, can't you?" Not knowing, of course, that I was ill. And they didn't give me pills. They gave me slaps on the side of the head, and those slaps often cured me. Even better than a whole box of pills does now. We sat there for half an hour, describing to each other our diseases. I explained to George and William Harris how I felt when I got up in the morning, and William Harris told us how he felt when he went to bed, and George told us how he felt in the night. At this point, Mrs. Poppets knocked at the door to know if we were ready for supper. We smiled sadly at one another, and promised to try to swallow a bit. Mrs. Poppets brought in the tray with steak and onions and some tart. I was very weak, I believe, because after the first half-hour I seemed to take no interest in my food, an unusual thing for me, and I didn't want any cheese. When the supper was over, we refilled our glasses, lit our pipes, and continued the discussion upon our state of health. "What we want is rest," said Harris. "Rest and a complete change," said George. "Change of scene and absence of the necessity for thought." I agreed with George and suggested that we should find some quiet place. Harris said he knew the sort of place I meant, where everybody went to bed at 8 o'clock, and you had to walk 10 miles to get your tobacco. "If you want rest and change, you can't beat a sea trip." I objected to the sea trip strongly. A sea trip does you good when you're going to have a couple of months of it, but for a week it is wicked. You start on Monday with the idea that you're going to enjoy yourself. You wave to the boys on shore, light your pipe, and walk about the deck as if you were Captain Cook, Sir Francis Drake, and Christopher Columbus all rolled into one. On Tuesday, you wish you hadn't come. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, you wish you were dead. On Saturday, you're able to swallow a little beef tea and to sit up on deck, and answer with a weak smile when kind-hearted people ask you how you feel now. On Sunday, you begin to walk about again and take solid food. And on Monday morning, with your bag and umbrella in your hand, while you are waiting to step ashore, you begin to really like it. I remember my brother-in-law going for a short sea trip once, for the benefit of his health. He took a return ticket from London to Liverpool, and when he got to Liverpool, the only thing he was anxious about was to sell that return ticket. It was offered round the town at a tremendous reduction, so I'm told, and was eventually sold for 18 pence to a youth who had just been advised by his medical men to go to the seaside and take exercise. "Seaside?" said my brother-in-law, pressing the ticket into his hand. "Why, you'll have enough to last you a lifetime. And as for exercise, why, you'll get more exercise sitting down on that ship than you could ever have on dry land." He himself came back by train, saying that it was healthy enough for him. Another fellow I knew went for a week's voyage round the coast, and before they started, the steward came to him to ask whether he would pay for each meal or arrange beforehand for the whole series. The steward recommended the latter course, as it would come much cheaper. He said they would do him for the whole week at £2.5. He said for breakfast there would be fish, followed by a grill. Lunch was at 1 and consisted of 4 courses. Dinner at 6, soup, fish, entree, joint, poultry, salad, sweets, cheese, and dessert, and a light meat supper at 10. My friend happily agreed. Lunch came just as they were off Sheerness. He didn't feel hungry, and so contented himself with a bit of beef and some strawberries and cream. During the afternoon, at one time it seemed to him that he had been eating nothing but beef for weeks, and at other times it seemed that he'd been living on strawberries and cream for years. Neither the beef nor the strawberries and cream seemed happy either. At 6 they came and told him dinner was ready. The announcement aroused no enthusiasm within him, but he felt that there was some of that £2.5 to be worked off, and he held on to ropes and things and went down. A pleasant smell of onions and hot ham, mixed with fried fish and greens, greeted him at the bottom of the ladder, and then the steward came up with an oily smile and said, "What can I get you, sir?" "Get me out of this," was the weak reply, and they led him upstairs and left him alone. For the next 4 days he lived a simple life on thin captain's biscuits. I mean that the biscuits were thin, not the captain, and soda water. But towards Saturday he felt better, and went in for weak tea and dry toast. And on Monday he was feasting on chicken broth. He left the ship on Tuesday, and as it steamed he gazed after it regretfully. "There she goes," he said. "There she goes with £2 worth of food on board that belongs to me and that I haven't had." He said, "I wish I had another day to put it right." So I was against the sea trip. Not, as I explained, upon my own account. I was never seasick. But I was afraid for George. George said he should be all right, but he would advise Harris and me not to think of it, as he felt sure we should both be ill. Harris said that to himself it was always a mystery how people managed to get sick at sea. Said he thought people must do it on purpose. Said he had often wished to be, but never could. It's a curious fact, but nobody ever is seasick on land. At sea you see many people very bad indeed, whole boatloads of them. but I never met a man on land who had ever known what it was to be seasick. If most men were like a fellow I saw on the Yarmouth boat one day, I could account for the seeming mystery easily enough. It was just off Southend Pier, and he was leaning out through one of the portholes in a very dangerous position. I went up to him to try and save him. "Aye, come further in," I said, shaking him by the shoulder. "You'll be overboard." "Oh, my, I wish I was the only answer, and there I had to leave him. 3 weeks afterwards, I met him in the coffee-room of a Bath hotel, talking about his voyages and explaining with enthusiasm how he loved the sea. "Good sailor," he replied to a young man's envious question. "Well, I did feel a little seasick once, I confess. It was off Cape Horn. The ship was wrecked the next morning." I said, "Weren't you a little shaky by Southend Pier one day, and wanted to be thrown overboard?" "Southend Pier?" he replied with a puzzled expression. "Yes, going down to Yarmouth last Friday 3 weeks. Oh, yes," he answered, brightening up. "I remember now. I had a headache that afternoon. It was the food, you know. The most disgraceful food I ever tasted in a respectable boat. Did you have any?" For myself, I have discovered an excellent preventive against seasickness in balancing myself. You stand in the centre of the deck, and as the ship goes up and down, you move your body about so as to keep it always straight. When the front of the ship rises, you lean forward, till the deck almost touches your nose, and when its back rises, you lean backwards. This is all very well for an hour or two, but you can't balance yourself for a week. George said, "Let's go up the river." He said we should have fresh air, exercise, and quiet, and the hard work would give us a good appetite and sleep. Harris said he didn't think George ought to do anything that could make him sleepier than he already was, as it might be dangerous. Harris and I both said it was a good idea. The only one who was not happy with the suggestion was Montmorency. He never did care for the river. We were 3-1, however, and it was settled. Chapter 2. We pulled out the maps and discussed plans. We arranged to start on Saturday from Kingston. Harris and I would go down in the morning and take the boat up to Chertsey, and George, who would not be able to get away from the city till the afternoon — George goes to sleep at the bank from 10 to 4 each day, except Saturdays, when they wake him up and put him outside at 2 — would meet us there. Should we camp out or sleep at hotels? George and I were for camping out. We said it would be so wild and free. Do you imagine? Night upon her dark throne folds her black wings above the darkening world and reigns in calmness. We run our little boat into a quiet bay, and the tent is settled, and the supper cooked and eaten. Then the big pipes are filled and lighted, and the pleasant chat goes like music, while, in the pauses, the river, playing round the boat, tells us strange old tales, sings low the old child's song that it has sung so many thousand years, will sing so many thousand years to come, a song that we think somehow we understand, though we could not tell the story that we listen to. We watch as it flows, ever singing, ever whispering, out to meet its king, the sea, till our voices die away in silence, and the pipes go out, till we, common young men, feel strangely full of thoughts, half sad, half sweet, and do not care or want to speak, and say, "Good night," and we fall asleep under the great stars, and dream that the world is young and sweet again. Harris said, "How about when it rained?" There is no poetry about Harris. If Harris's eyes filled with tears, you can bet it is because Harris has eaten raw onions, or has put too much Worcester over his chop. If you were at the seashore with Harris at night and say, "Hey, do you not hear? Are the mermaids singing deep below the waving waters, or sad spirits held by seaweed?" Harris would take you by the arm and say, "I know what it is, old man. You've got a cold. Now you come along with me. I know a place round the corner here where you can get a drop of the finest Scotch whisky. Put you right in no time." Harris always knows a place round the corner where you can get something brilliant in the drinking line. I believe that if you met Harris up in Paradise, supposing such a thing likely, he would immediately greet you with, "Glad you've come, old fellow. I found a nice place round the corner here where you can get some really first-class nectar." In the present instance, however, his practical view of the matter came just in time. Camping out in rainy weather is not pleasant. It is evening. You are wet through, and there is a good 2 inches of water in the boat, and all the things are damp. You find a place on the banks that is not so wet as other places. You land, and 2 of you begin to fix up the tent. It is wet and heavy, and it flops about, and falls down on you, and clings round your head, and makes you mad. The rain is pouring down all the time. Instead of helping you, it seems to you that the other man is simply playing the fool. Just as you get your side beautifully fixed, he pulls his end and spoils everything. "Here, what are you doing?" you call out. "What are you doing?" he cries in reply. "Let it go, can't you?" "Don't pull it! You've got it all wrong, you fool!" you shout. "No, I haven't," he yells back. "Let go your side." You start to go round and tell him what you think about the whole business. And at the same time, he starts round in the same direction to come and explain his views to you. And you follow each other round, swearing at one another, until the tent tumbles down and leaves you looking at each other across its ruins, when you both exclaim, "There you are! What did I tell you?" Meanwhile, the third man, who has been bailing out the boat, and who has spilled the water down his sleeve, and has been cursing for the last 10 minutes, wants to know why the tent isn't up yet. At last, somehow or other, it does get up, and you land the things. It's hopeless attempting to make a wood fire, so you light the spirit stove and crowd round that. Rainwater is the chief article of diet at supper. The bread is 2/3 rainwater, the beefsteak pie is rich in it, and the jam, and the butter, and the salt, and the coffee have all combined with it to make soup. After supper, you find your tobacco is damp, and you cannot smoke. Luckily, you have a bottle of the stuff that cheers, if taken in proper quantity, and you go to bed at last. There you dream that an elephant has suddenly sat down on your chest, and that the volcano has exploded and thrown you down to the bottom of the sea, the elephant still sleeping peacefully on your chest. You wake up, and the idea that something terrible really has happened comes to your mind. Your first impression is that the end of the world has come, and then you think that this cannot be, and that it is thieves and murderers, or else fire. No help comes, however, and all you know is that thousands of people are kicking you, and you are being smothered. Somebody else seems in trouble too. You can hear his faint cries coming to your bed. Determining to sell your life dearly, you struggle, hitting out right and left with arms and legs, and yelling, and at last something gives way, and you find your head in the fresh air. Not far off, you dimly see a half-dressed hooligan waiting to kill you, and you're preparing for a life-and-death fight with him when you realize that it's Jim. "Oh, it's you, is it?" he says, recognizing you at the same moment. "Yes," you answer, rubbing your eyes. "What happened?" "Tent is blown down, I think," he says. "Where's Bill?" Then you both raise up your voices and shout for "Bill!" and the ground beneath you rocks, and the faint voice that you heard before replies from out the ruin, "Get off my head, can't you?" And Bill struggles out in an aggressive mood, believing that the whole thing has been done on purpose. In the morning, you are all three speechless, having to catch severe colds in the night, and you swear at each other during the whole of breakfast time. So we decided that we would sleep in an hotel like respectable people do when it was wet or when we wanted a change. Montmorency met the news with much approval. He does not like romantic solitude. To look at Montmorency, you would imagine that he was an angel sent upon the earth in the shape of a small fox terrier. There is a sort of, "Oh, what a wicked world this is, and how I wish I could do something about it to make it better and nobler," expression about Montmorency that has been known to bring the tears into the eyes of old ladies and gentlemen. When he came to live at my expense, I used to sit down and look at him, as he sat on the rug and looked up at me, and think, "Oh, that dog will never live. He will be taken to the sky. That's what will happen to him." But when I had paid for about a dozen chickens that he had killed, and had dragged him by the scruff of his neck out of 114 street fights, and one irritated woman, who called me murderer, had brought me a dead cat, then I began to think that maybe they'd let him remain on earth for a bit longer, after all. The only thing left to discuss was what we should take with us, and we began to argue, and Harris proposed to go out and have a drink, saying that he had found a place round the corner where you could really get a drop of Irish worth drinking. George said he felt thirsty. I never knew George when he didn't, and the debate was postponed. Chapter 3. So on the following evening we again met to discuss and arrange our plans. Harris said, "Now the first thing to settle is what we take with us. Now you get a bit of paper and write down, Jay, and you get the grocery catalogue, George, and somebody give me a pencil, then I'll make out a list." That's Harris all over, so ready to take the weight of everything himself and put it on the backs of other people. He always reminds me of my poor Uncle Podger. You never saw such a commotion in a house in all your life as when my Uncle Podger decided to do a job. A picture received from the frame-makers would be standing in the dining-room, waiting to be put up, and Aunt Podger would ask what was to be done with it, and Uncle Podger would say, "Oh, you leave that to me. Don't you, any of you, worry yourselves about that. I'll do all that." And then he would take off his coat and begin. He would send the girl out for nails, and then one of the boys after her to tell her what size to get. And from that he would gradually work down and start the whole house. "Now you go and get me my hammer, Will," he would shout, "and you bring me the rule, Tom. And I shall want the step-ladder and a chair, too. And, Jim, you run round to Mrs. Goggles and tell him. Pa hopes his leg's better, and will he lend him his spirit level. And don't you go, Maria, because I shall want somebody to hold me the light. And when the girl comes back she must go out again for a bit of picture cord. And Tom, where's Tom? Tom, you come here. Will hand me up the picture." And then he would lift up the picture and drop it, and it would come out of the frame, and he would try to save the glass and cut himself. And then he would run round the room, looking for his handkerchief. He could not find his handkerchief because it was in the pocket of the coat he had taken off, and he did not know where he had put the coat, and all the house had to stop looking for his tools and start looking for his coat, while he would dance around and disturb them. "Doesn't anybody in the whole house know where my coat is? 6 of you, and you can't find a coat that I put down not 5 minutes ago?" Then he'd get up and find that he'd been sitting on it, and would call out, "Oh, you can give it up, I've found it myself now. I might just as well ask the cat to find anything as expect you to find it." And when half an hour had been spent in tying up his finger, and a new glass had been got, and the tools, and the ladder, and the chair, and the candle had been brought, he would have another go, the whole family ready to help. 2 people would have to hold the chair, and a third would help him up on it, and hold him there, and a 4th would hand him a nail, and a 5th would pass him up the hammer, and he would take hold of the nail and drop it. "There," he would say angrily, "now the nail's gone." And we would all have to go down on our knees and look for it, while he would stand on the chair and ask if he was to be kept there all evening. The nail would be found at last, but by that time he would have lost the hammer. "Where's the hammer? What did I do with the hammer? Great heavens, 7 of you round here, and you don't know what I did with the hammer." We would find the hammer for him, and then he would have lost sight of the mark he had made on the wall where the nail was to go in, and each of us had to get up on the chair beside him and see if we could find it, and we would each discover it in a different place, and he would call us all fools and tell us to get down. And he would take the rule and re-measure, and find that he wanted half 31 3/8 inches from the corner, and would try to do it in his head and go mad. And we would all try to do it in our heads and all arrive at different results, and the original number would be forgotten, and Uncle Podger would have to measure it again. He would use a bit of string this time, and at the critical moment, when the old fool was leaning over the chair at an angle of 45 and trying to reach a point 3 inches beyond what was possible for him to reach, the string would slip, and he would fall down onto the piano, a really fine musical effect being produced by the suddenness with which his head and body struck all the notes at the same time. Aunt Maria would say that she would not allow the children to stand round and hear such language. At last Uncle Podger would get the spot fixed again, and put the point of the nail on it with his left hand, and take the hammer in his right hand. And, with the first blow, he would smash his thumb and drop the hammer with a yell on somebody's toes. Aunt Maria would mildly observe that, next time Uncle Podger was going to hammer a nail into the wall, she hoped he'd let her know in time, so that she could make arrangements to go and spend a week with her mother while it was being done. "Oh, you women, you make such a fuss over everything," Uncle Podger would reply. "Why, I like doing a little job of this sort." And then he would have another try, and at the second blow the nail would go clean through the plaster, and half the hammer after it. Then we had to find the rule and the string again, and a new hole was made, and about midnight the picture would be up, very crooked and insecure, and everyone would be tired, except Uncle Podger. "There you are," he would say, stepping heavily off the chair and surveying the mess he'd made with evident pride. "Why, some people would have had a man in to do a little thing like that." Harris will be just that sort of man when he grows up. I know, and I told him so. I said I could not permit him to take so much labour upon himself. I said, "No, you get the paper and the pencil and the catalogue, and George write down, and I'll do the work." The first list we made out had to be rejected. It was clear that the Thames would not allow of the navigation of a boat large enough to take the things we had set down. George said, "You know how we're on the wrong way. We must not think of the things we could do with, but only of the things that we can't do without." George comes out really sensible at times. You'd be surprised. I call that wisdom, not merely as regards the present case, but with reference to our trip up the river of life generally. How many people on that voyage load up the boat with lots of foolish things which they think essential to the pleasure and comfort of the trip, but which are really only useless trash. Throw it overboard. It makes the boat so heavy to pull you nearly can't row. Let your boat of life be light, packed with only what you need, a nice home and simple pleasures, 1 or 2 friends, someone to love and someone to love you, a cat, a dog, and a pipe or 2, enough to eat and enough to wear, and a little more than enough to drink, for thirst is a dangerous thing. Well, we left the list to George, and he began it. We won't take a tent. We will have a boat with a cover. It is ever so much simpler and more comfortable. It seemed a good idea, and we adopted it. I do not know whether you have ever seen the thing I mean. You fix iron hoops up over the boat and stretch a huge canvas over them, and fasten it down all around, and it converts the boat into a sort of little house. George said that in that case we must take a rug each, a lamp, some soap, a brush and comb between us, a toothbrush each, a basin, some tooth powder, some shaving tackle — sounds like a French exercise, doesn't it? — and a couple of big towels for bathing. I notice that people always make big arrangements for bathing when they're going anywhere near the water, but that they don't bathe much when they're there. It's the same when you go to the seaside. I always determine, when thinking over the matter in London, that I'll get up early every morning and swim before breakfast, and I'll pack up a pair of drawers and a bath towel. I always get red bathing drawers. I rather fancy myself in red drawers. They suit my complexion so. But when I get to the sea, I don't feel that I want that early morning bathe nearly so much as I did in town. On the contrary, I feel more that I want to stop in bed till the last moment, and then come down and have my breakfast. Once or twice I've got up at 6 and half-dressed myself, and have taken my drawers and towel and started sadly off, but I haven't enjoyed it. They seem to keep a specially cutting east wind waiting for me when I go to bathe in the early morning, and they pick out all the 3-cornered stones and put them on the top, and they sharpen up the rocks and cover the points over with a bit of sand so that I can't see them, and then take the sea and put it 2 miles out. And when I do get to the sea, it's rough and quite unpleasant. One huge wave catches me up and throws me in a sitting posture, down on a rock which has been put there for me. And before I've said, "Oh, ugh," and found out what has happened, the wave comes back and carries me out to mid-ocean. I begin to swim for the shore and wonder if I shall ever see home and friends again, and wish I had been kinder to my little sister when I was a boy, I mean. Just when I've given up all hope, a wave retires and leaves me on the sand, and I get up and look back and find that I've been swimming for my life in 2 feet of water. I hop back and dress and return home, where I have to pretend I liked it. In the present instance, we all talked as if we were going to have a long swim every morning. George said that it was so pleasant to wake up in the boat in the fresh morning and jump into the clear river. Harris said there was nothing like a swim before breakfast to give you an appetite. He said it always gave him an appetite. George said that if it was going to make Harris eat more than Harris usually ate, then he should protest against Harris having a bath at all. He said there would be quite enough hard work in pulling sufficient food for Harris up against stream as it was. I reminded George, however, how much pleasanter it would be to have Harris clean and fresh about the boat, even if we did have to make a few more hundredweight of provisions. Agreed, finally, that we should take 3 bath towels, so as not to keep each other waiting. For clothes, George said 2 suits of flannel would be sufficient, as we could wash them ourselves in the river when they got dirty. We were to learn in the days to come, when it was too late, that George was a miserable liar, who knew nothing about the matter. George suggested to take a change of underwear and plenty of socks, in case we got upset and wanted a change. Also, plenty of handkerchiefs, as they would do to wipe things, and a pair of leather boots as well as our boating shoes, as we should want them if we got upset. Chapter 4. Then we discussed the food question. George said, "Begin with breakfast." George is so practical. "Now, for breakfast we shall want a frying pan." Harris said it was indigestible. "A teapot and a kettle and a spirit stove." "No, oil," said George, with a significant look, and Harris and I agreed. We had taken up an oil stove once, but never again. It had been like living in an oil shop that week. We kept it in the nose of the boat, and from there it oozed down to the rudder, filling out the boat and the atmosphere on its way. We tried to get away from it at Marlow. We left the boat by the bridge and took a walk through the town to escape it, but it followed us. The whole town was full of oil. We wondered how people could live in it, and we walked miles upon miles out Birmingham way, but it was no use. The country smelled of oil. At the end of the trip, we met together at midnight in a lonely field under an oak, and took an oath never to take oil with us in a boat again. So, in the present instance, we chose methylated spirit. Even that is bad enough. You get methylated pie and methylated cake. For other breakfast things, George suggested eggs and bacon, which were easy to cook, cold meat, tea, bread and butter, and jam. For lunch, he said, we could have biscuits, cold meat, bread and butter, and jam, but no cheese. Cheese, like oil, makes too much of itself. It wants the whole boat to itself. It gives a cheesy smell to everything else there. There is too much smell about cheese. I remember a friend of mine buying a couple of cheeses at Liverpool. I was in Liverpool at the time, and my friend asked me to take them back with me to London. "Oh, with pleasure, dear boy," I replied, "with pleasure." I called for the cheeses and took them away in a cab. It was a very old cab, dragged along by an old sick creature, which his owner, in a moment of enthusiasm, considered to be a horse. I put the cheeses on the top, and we started off, and all went merry as a funeral bell until we turned the corner. There, the wind carried the smell of the cheeses to our horse. He dashed off at 3 miles an hour with a snort of terror. It took 2 porters as well as the driver to hold him at the station, and they managed it only because one of them put a handkerchief over the nose of the poor horse. I took my ticket and marched proudly up the platform with my cheeses, the people falling back respectfully on either side. The train was crowded, and I had to get into a carriage where there were already 7 other people. One old gentleman objected, but I got in, put my cheeses upon the shelf, sat down with a pleasant smile, and said it was a warm day. A few moments passed, and then the old gentleman began to fidget. "It's very stuffy in here," he said. "Quite oppressive," said the man next to him. And then they both began sniffing, and at the third sniff they rose up without another word and went out. And then a stout lady got up and said it was shameful that a respectable married woman should be treated in this way, and gathered up a bag and 8 parcels and went out. The other 3 passengers tried to get out of the door at the same time, and hurt themselves. I smiled at the remaining gentleman, and said I thought we were going to have the carriage to ourselves, and he laughed pleasantly, and said that some people made such a fuss over a little thing. But even he grew strangely depressed after we had started, and so, when we reached Crewe, I asked him to come and have a drink. He agreed, and he went off quietly after he had drunk it and got into another carriage, which I thought mean. From Crewe I had the compartment to myself, though the train was crowded. At the different stations the people, seeing empty carriage, would rush for it. They would run along, carrying heavy bags, and fight round the door to get in first, and one would open the door and get back into the arms of the man behind him, and they would all come and have a sniff, and then rush into other carriages. From Euston I took the cheeses down to my friend's house. When his wife came into the room, she said, "What is it? Tell me the worst." I said, "It's cheeses. Tom brought them in Liverpool and asked me to bring them up with me." And I added that I hoped she understood that it had nothing to do with me, and she said that she was sure of that, but she would speak to Tom about it when he came back. My friend stayed in Liverpool longer than he expected, and 3 days later, as he hadn't returned home, his wife called on me. She said, "What did Tom say about those cheeses?" I replied that they were to be kept in a moist place and that nobody was to touch them. She said, "Nobody's likely to touch them. Had he smelt them?" I thought he had, and added that he seemed greatly attached to them. "You think he would be upset," she asked, "if I gave a man a sovereign to take them away and bury them?" I answered that I thought he would never smile again. She said, "Do you mind keeping them for him? Let me send them round to you." "Madam," I replied, "for myself I like the smell of cheese, and the journey with them from Liverpool I shall ever look back upon as a happy ending to a pleasant holiday. But in this world we must consider others. The lady under whose roof I have the honour of living is a widow, and possibly an orphan too. She has a strong objection to being what she terms put upon. The presence of your husband's cheeses in her house she would regard as a put upon, and it shall never be said that I put upon the widow and the orphan." "Very well, then," said my friend's wife, rising. "All I have to say is that I shall take the children and go to a hotel until these cheeses are eaten. I decline to live any longer in the same house with them." She kept her word, leaving the place in charge of the housemaid, who, when asked if she could stand the smell, replied, "What smell?" and who, when taken close to the cheeses and told to sniff hard, she said she could detect a faint smell of melons. The hotel bill came to 15 guineas, and my friend, after thinking everything over, found that the cheeses had cost him 8 and 6pence a pound. He said he dearly loved a bit of cheese, but it was too expensive for him, so he had to get rid of them. He threw them into the canal, but had to fish them out again, as the bargemen complained. They said it made them feel sick, and after that he took them one dark night and left them in the parish morgue. But the coroner discovered them and made a fearful fuss. My friend got rid of them at last by taking them down to a seaside town and burying them on the beach. It gained the place quite a reputation, but the business was over. So I thought that George was right in declining to take any. "We won't have any tea," said George. Harris's face fell at this. "But we'll have a good square meal at 7. Dinner, tea, and supper combined." Harris grew more cheerful. George suggested meat and fruit pies, cold meat, tomatoes, fruit, and green stuff. For drink, we took some wonderful sticky mixture of Harris's, in which he added some water and called it lemonade, plenty of tea, and a bottle of whisky, in case, as George said, we got upset. We didn't take beer or wine. They are a mistake up the river. They make you feel sleepy and heavy. We made a list of the things to be taken. The next day we got them all together and met in the evening to pack. We moved the table up against the window, piled everything in a heap in the middle of the floor, and sat around and looked at it. I said I'd pack. I'm rather proud of my packing. Packing is one of those many things that I feel I know more about than any other person. I told George and Harris that they had better leave the whole matter to me. They agreed with readiness. George put on a pipe and spread himself over the armchair, and Harris placed his legs on the table and lit a cigar. This was not what I intended. What I had meant, of course, was Harris and George should work under my directions, I pushing them aside every now and then with, "Oh, you! Here, let me do it. There you are, simple enough," really teaching them, as you might say. Their taking it in the way they did irritated me. There is nothing that irritates me more than seeing other people sitting about doing nothing when I'm working. I can't sit still and see another man working. I want to get up and walk round with my hands in my pockets and tell him what to do. It's my energetic nature. I can't help it. However, I did not say anything, but started the packing. It seemed a longer job than I had thought it was going to be, but I got the bag finished at last and sat on it and strapped it. "Aren't you going to put the boots in?" said Harris. And I looked round and found that I had forgotten them. That's just like Harris. He never said a word until I got the bag shut and strapped, of course. And George laughed, one of those irritating, senseless laughs of his. They do make me so wild. I opened the bag and packed the boots in, and then, just as I was going to close it, a horrible idea came to me. Had I packed my toothbrush? I don't know how it is, but I never do know whether I've packed my toothbrush. My toothbrush is a thing that makes my life miserable. I dream that I haven't packed it, and wake up and get out of bed and hunt for it, and in the morning I pack it before I have used it, and have to unpack it again to get it, and it's always the last thing I turn out of the bag, and then I repack and forget it, and have to rush upstairs for it at the last moment and carry it to the railway station wrapped up in my handkerchief. Of course, I had to turn everything out now, and, of course, I could not find it. Of course, I found George's and Harris's 18 times over, but I couldn't find my own. I put the things back one by one, and held everything up and shook it. Then I found it inside a boot. I repacked once more. When I had finished, George asked if the soap was in. I said I didn't care whether the soap was in or not, and I slammed the bag and found that I had packed my tobacco pouch in it, and had to reopen it. It got shut up finally at 10:05. And then there remained the hampers to do. Harris said that we should be wanting to start in less than 12 hours' time, and thought that he and George had better do the rest, and I agreed and sat down, and they had a go. They began in a light manner, evidently intending to show me how to do it. I made no comment. I only waited. Harris is the worst packer in the world, and I looked at the piles of plates and cups and kettles and bottles and jars and pies and stoves and cakes and tomatoes, and felt that the thing would soon become exciting. It did. They started with breaking a cup. That was the first thing they did. They did that just to show you what they could do, and to get you interested. Then Harris packed the strawberry jam on top of a tomato and squashed it, and they had to pick out the tomato with a teaspoon. Then it was George's turn, and he stepped into the butter. I didn't say anything, but I came over and sat on the edge of the table and watched them. It irritated them more than any words. I felt that. It made them nervous and excited, and they stepped on things, putting things behind them, and then couldn't find them when they wanted to, and they packed the pies at the bottom and put heavy things on top, and smashed the pies in. They upset salt over everything, and as for the butter, after George had got it off his slipper, they tried to put it in the kettle. It wouldn't go in, and what was in wouldn't come out. They did scrape it out at last, and put it down on a chair, and Harris sat on it, and it stuck to him, and they went looking for it all over the room. "I'll take my oath I put it down on that chair," said George, looking at the empty seat. "I saw you do it myself not a minute ago," said Harris. Then they started round the room again, looking for it, and then they met again in the centre and stared at one another. "Most extraordinary thing I've ever heard of," said George. "So mysterious," said Harris. Then George got round at the back of Harris and saw it. "Why, here it is all the time," he exclaimed indignantly. "Where?" cried Harris, turning round. "Stand still, can't you?" roared George, flying after him. And they got it off, and packed it in the teapot. Montmorency was in it all, of course. Montmorency's ambition in life is to get in the way and be sworn at. If he can be anywhere where he's particularly not wanted, and make people mad, and have things thrown at his head, then he feels his day has not been wasted. He came and sat down on things just when they were wanted to be packed, and he was under the fixed belief that, whenever Harris or George reached out their hand for anything, it was his cold, damp nose that they wanted. He put his leg into the jam, and he worried the teaspoons, and he pretended that the lemons were rats, and got into the hamper and killed 3 of them before Harris could calm him down with the frying-pan. The packing was done at 12:50. And Harris sat on the big hamper and said he hoped nothing would be broken. George said that if anything was broken, it was broken. He also said that he was ready for bed. Harris was to sleep with us that night, and we went upstairs. We tossed for beds, and Harris had to sleep with me. He said, "Do you prefer the inside or the outside, Jay?" I said I preferred to sleep inside a bed. Harris said it was old. George said, "What time shall I wake you, fellows?" Harris said, 7. I said, "No, 6, because I wanted to write some letters." Harris and I had a bit of a row over it, but at last said 6:30. "Wake us at 6:30, George," we said. George made no answer, and we found that he had been asleep for some time, so we placed the bath where he could fall into it on getting out in the morning, and went to bed ourselves. Chapter 5. It was Mrs. Poppets that woke me up next morning. She said, "Do you know it's nearly 9 o'clock, sir?" "9 what?" I cried, starting up. 9 o'clock, she replied through the keyhole. I thought you were oversleeping. I woke Harris. He said, I thought you wanted to get up at 6. So I did, I answered. Why didn't you wake me? How could I wake you when you didn't wake me, he answered. Now we can't get on the water till 12. It's unbelievable you got up at all. I replied. You're lucky I did. I woke you up, so you won't sleep for the whole fortnight. The quarrel continued for a few minutes, when a snore from George reminded us of his existence. There he lay, the man who had wanted to know what time he should wake us, on his back, with his mouth wide open and his knees stuck up. I don't know why, but the sight of another man asleep in bed when I am up makes me mad. It seems so shocking to see the precious hours of a man's life, the moments that will never come back again, being wasted in senseless sleep. There was George throwing away the gift of time, and he could be up eating eggs and bacon or irritating the dog instead of sleeping. It was a terrible thought. Harris and I seemed to be struck by it at the same moment. We decided to save him, and our own quarrel was forgotten. We rushed to him and pulled his blanket off. Harris hit him with a slipper. I shouted in his ear, and he awoke. "What's the matter?" he asked, sitting up. "Get up," shouted Harris. "It's 10:15. "What?" he exclaimed, jumping out of bed into the bath. "Who put this thing here?" We told him it was impossible not to notice the bath. We finished dressing and remembered that we had packed the toothbrushes and the brush and comb. That toothbrush will be the death of me. And we had to go downstairs and look for them in the bag. And when we had done that, George said he wanted a shave. We told him that he would go without shaving that morning, as we weren't going to unpack that bag again for him or for anyone else. We went downstairs to breakfast. Montmorency had invited 2 other dogs to see him off, and they were spending time fighting on the doorstep. We calmed them with an umbrella and sat down to chops and cold beef. Harris said, "The great thing is to make a good breakfast," and he started with chops, saying that he would eat them hot, as the beef could wait. George got a newspaper and read us about the boating accidents and the weather forecast, which predicted rain, cold, wet to fine. The worst thing it can predict. Occasional local thunderstorms, east wind. I think that of all the silly nonsense which irritates us so, weather forecast is the most annoying. It forecasts exactly what happened yesterday or the day before, and is just the opposite of what is going to happen today. I remember one late autumn holiday that was completely ruined by our paying attention to the weather forecast of the local newspaper. Heavy showers with thunderstorms may be expected today, it said, so we gave up our picnic and stayed indoors all day, waiting for the rain. Merry people kept passing the house, the sun was shining out, and there was not even a cloud in the sky. "Ah," we said, as we were looking out at them through the windows, "they will come home wet." And we were glad to think how wet they were going to get, and we sat near the fireplace, got our books, and arranged our collection of shells. By 12 o'clock, with the sun pouring into the room, the heat became quite oppressive, but we were still waiting for those heavy showers and thunderstorms to begin. "Ah, they'll come in the afternoon, you'll see," we said to each other. "Oh, won't those people get wet!" At 1 o'clock the landlady came in to ask if we weren't going out on such a lovely day. "No, no," we answered, smiling, "not we. We don't want to get wet." And when the afternoon was over, and still there was no sign of rain, we cheered ourselves up with the idea that it would come down just when the people would be on their way home and far from any shelter, and thus they would get wetter than ever. But not a drop fell, and it was a wonderful day, and then a lovely night. The next morning we read that it was going to be a warm, fine day, much heat, and we put on our summer clothes and went out. Half an hour later it began raining hard. An extremely cold wind started to blow, and both kept on steadily for the whole day, and we came home with colds and went to bed. The weather is a thing I can never understand. The barometer is useless. It is as misleading as the newspaper forecast. There was a barometer hanging up in a hotel at Oxford, at which I was staying, and when I got there it was pointing to set fair. It was pouring with rain outside all day, and I couldn't understand what was the matter. I tapped the barometer, and it pointed to very dry. A servant stopped as he was passing and said that he believed it meant tomorrow. I tapped it again the next morning, and it went up still higher, and the rain came down faster than ever. On Wednesday I hit it again, and the pointer went round towards set fair, very dry, and much heat. It evidently wanted to go on and predict drought and sunstroke, but it couldn't predict fine weather any harder without breaking itself, and it had to be content with pointing to very dry. Meanwhile the rain came down in a torrent, and a part of the town was under water, because the river had overflowed. The fine weather never came that summer. I believe the barometer was referring to the following spring. But who wants to be foretold the weather? It is bad when it comes, and we don't want to know it beforehand. The prophet we like is the old man who, on some gloomy-looking morning, when we want it to be fine, looks round the horizon with a knowing eye and says, "Oh, no, sir, I think it'll clear up all right." "Ah, he knows," we say, as we wish him good morning and start off. "Wonderful how these old fellows can tell." And we feel an affection for that man, and it is not lessened by the circumstances of its not clearing up and raining steadily all day. Ah, well, we think, he did his best. And we immediately dislike a man that predicts bad weather. "Going to clear up, do you think?" we ask him cheerfully. "Well, no, sir, I'm afraid it's settled down for the day," he answers, shaking his head. Stupid old fool, we think. What's he know about it? And, if his guess proves correct, we come back feeling so angry against him, as if he has had something to do with it. The next morning was too bright and sunny for George's gloomy readings about bad weather to upset us, and so, finding that he could not discourage us, and was only wasting his time, he stole the cigarette that I had carefully rolled up for myself, and went. Then Harris and I brought our baggage to the doorstep, and waited for a cab. There seemed a lot of baggage. When we put it all together, there was a bag and several hampers and rugs and some overcoats and a few umbrellas, and then there was a melon by itself in a bag, because it couldn't go in anywhere, a Japanese paper umbrella, and a frying pan, which, being too long to pack, we had wrapped round with brown paper. No cab came by, but the street boys did, and got interested in the show, and stopped. Biggs' boy was the first to come round. Biggs is our greengrocer, and his chief talent is in hiring the most desperate and unprincipled boys that civilization has ever produced. If anything happens in our neighbourhood, we know it is Biggs' latest boy. I was told that when a great Coram Street murder happened, it was concluded by everybody that Biggs's boy, for that period, was involved in it. He managed to prove a complete alibi, That's why he managed to stay out of trouble. I didn't know Big's boy at the time, but from what I've seen of them since, I'm rather doubtful about his alibi. Biggs's boy, as I've said, came round the corner. He was in a great hurry, but on catching sight of us and the things, he stopped. Harris and I frowned at him. The boy came to a dead stop a yard from our step, and fixed his eyes on us. He evidently wanted to see everything. In another moment, the grocer's boy passed on the opposite side of the street. Biggs's boy cried to him, "Oi, they're moving!" The grocer's boy came across and took up a position on the other side of the step. Then the young gentleman from the boot shop stopped and joined Biggs's boy. "They're not going to starve, are they?" said the gentleman from the boot shop. By this time, quite a small crowd had gathered, and people were asking each other what was the matter. One part said that it was a wedding, and pointed out Harris as the bridegroom, while the other expressed the idea that it was a funeral, and that I was probably the corpse's brother. At last an empty cab turned up. It's a street where, as a rule, and when they are not wanted, empty cabs pass at a rate of 3 a minute. And packing ourselves and luggage into it, and keeping out of Montmorency's friends, who had evidently sworn never to leave him, we drove away. Biggs's boy threw a carrot after us for luck. We got to Waterloo at 11, and asked where the 11:05 train started from. Of course, nobody knew. Nobody at Waterloo ever knows where a train is going to start from, or where a train is going to. The porter who took our luggage thought it would go from number 2 platform, while another porter, with whom he discussed the question, had heard it would go from number 1. The station master, on the other hand, was sure it would start from the local platform. To put an end to the matter, we went upstairs and asked the traffic superintendent, and he told us that he had just met a man who said he had seen it at number 3 platform. We went to number 3 platform, but the authorities there said that they thought the train was the Southampton Express, or the Windsor one. They were sure it wasn't the Kingston train, though why they were sure it wasn't, they couldn't say. Then our porter said he thought that it must be on the high-level platform. So we went to the high-level platform and saw the engine driver and asked him if he was going to Kingston. He said he couldn't say for certain, of course, but he thought he was. Anyhow, if he wasn't the 11:05 for Kingston, he was pretty sure that was the 9:32 for Virginia Water, or the 10 for the Isle of Wight, or somewhere in that direction, and we should all know when we got there. We gave him £0.50, and begged him to be the 11:05 for Kingston. "Nobody will ever know," we said, "what you are or where you're going. You know the way, so just go to Kingston quietly." "Well, I don't know, gentlemen," replied the noble fellow, "but I suppose some train has to go to Kingston, and I'll do it." Thus we got to Kingston by the London and South Western Railway. Later, we learned that the train we had come by was the Exeter Mail, and that they had spent hours at Waterloo looking for it, and nobody knew what had happened to it. Our boat was waiting for us at Kingston just below the bridge. We came up and stored our luggage round it and stepped into it. "Are you all right, sir?" said the man. "All right," we answered, and with Harris at the sculls, and I at the tiller lines, and unhappy and suspicious Montmorency in the prow, we started our travel on to the waters which for a fortnight were to become our home. Chapter 6. It was a wonderful morning, late spring or early summer, as you like it. The lovely streets of Kingston, where they came down to the water's edge, looked quite picturesque in the sunlight, the neat villas on the other side of the river, Harris in a red and orange blazer at the sculls, the distant old palace of the Tudors, all made a sunny picture, so bright but calm, so full of life, yet so peaceful. I thought about Kingston, or Kingaston, as it was called in the days when Saxon kings were crowned there. Great Caesar crossed the river Thames here, and the Roman legions camped upon its hills. Caesar, like Elizabeth some years later, seemed to have stopped everywhere, only he was more respectable than good Queen Bess. He didn't stay at the public houses. She liked public houses. It seems there's hardly a pub within 10 miles of London that she did not look in at, or stopped at, or slept at, some time or other. Suppose Harris turned over a new leaf and became a great and good man, and got to be Prime Minister, and died. Would they put up signs over the public houses that he had visited? "Harris had a glass of bitter in this house. Harris had 2 glasses of Scotch here in the summer of '88. Harris was thrown away from here in December 1886. No, there would be too many of them. I suppose the houses that he had never entered would become famous. The only house in South London that Harris never had a drink in. The crowds of people would rush there to see it. Saxon kings had been crowned in Kingstone, but then its greatness passed away for a time, to rise once more when Hampton Court became the palace of the Tudors and the Stuarts. Many of the old houses speak of the days when Kingston was a royal town, and nobles lived there near their king, and the long road to the palace was bright all day with silks and velvets and merry faces. The large houses, with their huge fireplaces and their gabled roofs, were constructed in the days when men knew how to build. The hard red brick walls don't crumble, and their stairs do not creak when you try to go down them quietly. Speaking of oak stairs reminds me that there is a magnificent oak staircase in one of the houses in Kingston. It is a shop now, in the market-place, but it was evidently the house of some great person. A friend of mine, who lives at Kingston, went there to buy a hat one day, and, in a thoughtless moment, put his hand in the pocket and paid for it then and there. The shopman was surprised at first, but he quickly recovered and thought that something should be done to encourage such behaviour. He asked our hero if he would like to see some fine old oak. My friend said he would, and the shopman took him up the staircase of the house. The balusters were a brilliant piece of art, and the whole wall was oak-panelled. From the stairs they went into the drawing-room, which was a large, bright room, decorated with cheerful blue paper. There was nothing, however, remarkable about the room, and my friend wondered why he had been brought there. The proprietor went up to the paper and tapped it. It gave a wooden sound. "Oak," he explained. "All oak right up to the ceiling, just the same as you saw on the stairs." "But, man," exclaimed my friend, "you don't mean to say that you've covered over carved oak with blue wallpaper?" "Yes," was the reply. "It was very expensive work, but the room looks cheerful now. It was gloomy before." I can't say if I blame the man or not. From his point of view, which is one of an ordinary householder, there is reason on his side. Carved oak is very pleasant to look at, and to have a little of it, but it is no doubt depressing to live in for the people who are not fond of it. It would be like living in a church. What was sad in this case, that he who didn't care for carved oak had to cover his drawing-room with paper, while people who do care for it have to pay enormous sums to get it. It seems to be the rule of his world. Each person has what he doesn't want, and other people have what he wants. Married men have wives, and don't seem to want them, and young singles cry out that they can't get them. Poor people who can hardly earn their living have 8 healthy children. Rich old couples with no one to leave their money to die childless. Then there are girls with lovers. The girls that have lovers never want them. They say they would rather be without them. And why don't they go and make love to Miss Smith and Miss Brown, who are plain and elderly and haven't got any lovers? They themselves don't want lovers. They never mean to marry. It makes one so sad to think about all these things. There was a boy at our school. We used to call him Sanford and Merton. He was the most extraordinary boy I ever came across. I believe he really liked study. He used to sit up in bed and read Greek, and there was no chance to keep him away from French irregular verbs. He was full of strange ideas about being a credit to his parents and an honour to the school, and he wanted to win prizes and to grow up and be a clever man. I never knew such a strange creature. That boy used to get ill about twice a week, so that he couldn't go to school. There never was such a boy to get ill as that Sanford and Merton. If there was any known disease going within 10 miles from him, he had it, and he had it badly. One year, poor fellow, he suffered so terribly with toothache that they drew all his teeth and gave him a false set. And then it turned out to neuralgia and earache. He was never without a cold, except once for 9 weeks while he had scarlet fever. During the great cholera scare of 1871, our neighbourhood was nearly free from it. There was only one case. That case was young Sanford and Merton. He had to stay in bed when he was ill, and eat chicken and hothouse grapes, and he would lie there and cry, because they wouldn't let him do Latin exercises, and took his German grammar away from him. And we, who would not sacrifice 10 terms of our school life for being ill for a day, couldn't catch even a cold. We played in draughts, and it did us good, and freshened us. We ate things to make us sick, and they made us fat, and gave us an appetite. Nothing could make us ill until the holidays began. Then, on the first day, we caught colds, and all kinds of illnesses, which lasted till the term started again, when suddenly we would get well again, and be better than ever. Such is life. To go back to the oak question, our great-great-grandfathers seem to have amazing artistic taste. All our art treasures are only commonplaces of 300 or 400 years ago. I wonder if there is real beauty in the old soup plates, beer mugs, or if it is only the glory of age that gives them their charms in our eyes. The old blue plates that we hang on the walls as decorations were the everyday kitchen utensils a few centuries ago, and the figures of shepherds that we show to all our friends to admire were just trifles that the mother of the 18th century gave the baby to suck when he cried. Will it be the same in the future? Will the treasures of today always be the cheap trifles of the day before? Will our dinner plates be ranged on shelves in the year 2000? Will the white cups with the beautiful gold flower inside be carefully put into a case and dusted only by the lady of the house? Let's take that china dog in the bedroom of my furnished lodgings. It is a white dog. Its eyes are blue. Its nose is a delicate red with spots. Its head is painfully erect. Its expression is extreme amiability. I do not admire it myself. Considered as a work of art, I may say it irritates me. My friends laugh at it, and even my landlady herself has no admiration for it, and excuses its presence by the fact that her aunt gave it to her. But in 200 years' time, that dog will be dug up from somewhere without its legs and with its tail broken, and will be put in a glass case, and people will pass it round and admire it. They will be struck by its wonderful depth and the colour on the nose, and guess how beautiful the tail that is lost was. We, in this age, do not see the beauty of that dog. We got used to it. It's like the sunset and the stars. We are not amazed by their loveliness because they are common to our eyes. So it is with the China dog. In 2288, people will admire it. The making of such dogs will have become a lost art. People will wonder how we did it and say how clever we were. They will call us those grand old artists of the 19th century who produced those China dogs. The needlework that your daughter did at school will be almost priceless. The blue and white mugs of the roadside hotel will be hunted up and sold for gold, and travellers from Japan will buy them as ancient English antique. At this point, Harris threw away the sculls, got up and sat on his back and stuck his legs in the air. Montmorency howled and leaped, and the top bag jumped up, and all the things came out. I was surprised, but I did not lose my temper. I said, pleasantly enough, "Hey, what's that for?" "What's that for? Why—" No, I will not repeat what Harris said. Probably it was my fault. But nothing excuses such language, especially in a man who has received a very good education, as I know Harris has. I was thinking of other things, and forgot that I was steering, and we had run into the bank of the river. It was difficult to say for the moment which was us and which was the bank, but we found out after a while and separated ourselves. Harris, however, said he had done enough, and proposed that I should take a turn. So I took the tow line and ran the boat on past Hampton Court. What a dear old wall that is that runs along by the river there. I never pass it without feeling better for the sight of it. If I could only draw, and knew how to paint, I could make a lovely picture of that old wall, I'm sure. I've often thought I should like to live at Hampton Court. It looks so peaceful and quiet, and it is such a dear old place to walk round in the early morning. But I don't suppose I would care for it if I moved there. It would be so dull and depressing in the evening, when your lamp cast shadows on the walls, and the echo of distant step rang through the cold stone corridors, getting nearer, and then passing away, and all was the death-like silence, except the beating of one's own heart. We're creatures of the sun, we men and women. We love light and life. That's why we crowd into the towns and cities. In the sunlight, in the daytime, when nature is alive and busy all around us, we like the open hillsides and the deep woods well enough, but in the night, when Mother Earth has gone to sleep and left us waking, oh, the world seems so lonely, and we get frightened, like children in a silent house. We feel so helpless and so little when the dark trees rustle in the night wind. There are so many ghosts about, and their silent sighs make us feel so sad. Let us gather in the great cities and shout and sing together and feel brave. Harris asked me if I'd ever been in the maze at Hampton Court. He said he went in once to show somebody else the way. He had studied it up on a map, and it was so simple that it seemed foolish. Hardly worth the twopence charged for entrance. Harris said that the map seemed to be some kind of joke, because it wasn't like the real thing, and only misleading. It was a country cousin that Harris took in. He said, "We'll just go in there so that you can say you've been, but it's all very simple. It's absurd to call it a maze. We'll just walk round for 10 minutes and then go and get some lunch." They met some people soon after they had got inside, who said they had been there for 3/4 of an hour. Harris told them they could follow him if they liked. He was just going in, and then should turn round and come out again. They said it was very kind of him, and followed him. They picked up other people who wanted to get it over as they went along, until they had gathered all the persons in the maze. People who had given up all hopes of ever getting out, or of ever seeing their home and friends again, found courage at the sight of Harris and his party, and joined the procession. Harris said there were 20 people following him in all, and one woman with a baby, who had been there all morning, insisted on taking his arm for fear of losing him. Harris kept on turning to the right, but it seemed a long way, and his cousin said he supposed it was a very big maze. "Oh, one of the largest in Europe," said Harris. "Yes," answered the cousin, "we've walked a good 2 miles already." Harris began to think it rather strange himself. Then they passed the half of a bun on the ground that Harris's cousin had noticed there 7 minutes ago. Harris said, "Oh, impossible!" But the woman with the baby said, "Not at all," as she herself had taken it from the child and thrown it down there just before she met Harris. She also added that she wished she never had met Harris, and expressed an opinion that he was an impostor. That made Harris mad, and he produced his map and explained his theory. "The map may help," said one of the people, "if you know where we are now." Harris didn't know, and suggested that the best thing to do would be to go back to the entrance and begin again. So they turned and followed Harris again in the opposite direction. About 10 minutes passed, and then they found themselves in the centre. Harris at first pretended that it was what he had intended to do, but the crowd looked dangerous, and he decided to explain it was an accident. Anyhow, they had got something to start from then. They knew where they were, and the map was once more consulted. And the thing seemed simpler than ever, and they started off for a 3rd time. And 3 minutes later, they were back in the centre again. After that, they simply couldn't get anywhere else. Whichever they turned it brought them back to the middle. It became so regular that some people stopped there and waited for the others to take a walk round and come back to them. Harris drew out his map again, but the sight of it irritated the crowd. Harris admitted that he had become unpopular. They all got crazy at last and cried out for the keeper, and the man came and climbed up a ladder outside and shouted out directions to them. But the people could not understand them, and so the man told them to stop where they were, and he would come to them. They gathered together and waited, and he climbed down and came in. He was a young keeper and new to the business, and when he got in, he couldn't find them, and he walked about trying to get to them, and then he got lost. They caught sight of him from time to time, rushing about the other side, and he would see them, rush to get to them, and they would wait there for 5 minutes, and then he would reappear again in exactly the same spot and ask them where they had been. They had to wait until one of the old keepers came back from his dinner before they finally got out. Harris said he thought it was a very fine maze, and we agreed that we would try to get George to go into it on our way back. Chapter 7. It was while we were passing through Molesey Lock when Harris told me about his Maze experience. It took us some time to pass through, as we were the only boat, and it is a big lock. I don't think I ever remember to have seen Molesey Lock before, with only one boat in it. It is, I suppose, the busiest lock on the river. I've stood and watched it sometimes, when you could not see any water at all, but only a brilliant mess of bright blazers, caps and hats, and many-coloured parasols and ribbons, when looking down into the lock from the dock. You might imagine it was a huge box into which flowers of every colour and shape had been thrown. On a fine Sunday it presents this appearance all day long, while up the stream and down the stream long lines of more boats lie, waiting for their turn, and boats are passing away, so that the sunny river is dotted and decked with yellow and blue and orange and white and red and pink. All the inhabitants of Hampton dress themselves up in boating costume, and come and wander round the lock with their dogs, and flirt and smoke and watch the boats, and it is one of the most cheerful sights I know near this dull old London town. The river gives a good opportunity for dress. We men are able to show our taste in colours, and I think we come out very elegant, if you ask me. I always like a little red in my things, red and black. You know my hair is gold and brown, and dark red matches it beautifully. And then I always think a light blue tie goes so well with it, and a pair of leather shoes, and a red silk scarf around the waist. A scarf looks so much better than a belt. Harris preferred shades or mixtures of orange or yellow, but I don't think he is wise in this. His complexion is too dark for yellows. Yellows don't suit him. There can be no question about it. I want him to take blue as the basic colour and mix it with white or cream. But there! The less taste a person has in dress, the more obstinate he always is. George has bought some new things for the trip, and I'm worried about them. The blazer is too bright. He brought it home and showed it to us on Thursday evening. We asked him what colour he called it, and he said he didn't know. He didn't think there was a name for the colour. The man had told him it was an Oriental design. George put it on and asked us what we thought of it. Harris said he considered it to be an object to hang over a flower-bed in early spring to frighten the birds away, but as an article of dress it made him ill. George got quite offended, but as Harris said, if he didn't want his opinion, why did he ask for it? What troubles Harris and myself is that we are afraid it will attract attention to the boat. Girls also look wonderful in a boat, if prettily dressed. Nothing is more attractive, to my mind, than a tasteful boating costume. But a boating costume must be a costume that can be worn in a boat. It absolutely spoils an excursion if you have someone in the boat who is thinking all the time of a good deal more of his dress than of the trip. It was my misfortune once to go for a water picnic with two ladies of this kind. We had a lively time. They were both beautifully dressed, all lace and silk and flowers and ribbons and delicate shoes and light gloves. But they were dressed for a photographic studio, not for a river picnic. It was ridiculous to fool about in their costumes anywhere near real earth, air, and water. The first thing that they thought, the boat was not clean. We dusted all the seats for them, and then assured them that it was clean, but they didn't believe us. One of them touched the seat with the finger of her glove and showed the result to the other, and they both sighed, and sat down, as if they were early Christian martyrs trying to make themselves comfortable up against the stake. It was a common thing to splash a little when sculling, but even a drop of water could ruin those costumes. The mark never came out, and the dress was gone forever. I was sculling very carefully, trying not to splash, and I paused at the end of each stroke to let the sculls drip before returning them. But despite all my efforts, several drops of water went over those dresses. The girls did not complain, but they sat closer to each other, set their lips firm, and every time a drop touched them, they visibly shuddered. It was a noble sight to see them suffering in silence, but it made me nervous. I am too sensitive. I got wild and splashed more and more. I gave it up at last. I said I would row at the bow. My friend thought that it would be better too, and we changed places. The ladies gave a sigh of relief. Poor girls. The man they had got now had as much sensitivity in him as there might be in a puppy. He was sculling so that the spray was playing all over the boat like a fountain, and made them sit up straight in a moment. When he spread more than a pint of water over one of those dresses, he would give a pleasant little laugh and offer them his handkerchief. "Oh, don't worry," the poor girls would reply, and draw their coats over themselves and try to protect themselves with their lace parasols. At lunch they had a very bad time. We wanted them to sit on the grass, and the grass was dusty, and the trees against which they were invited to lean hadn't been brushed for weeks, so they put their handkerchiefs on the ground and sat on them. Somebody was walking about with a plate of beefsteak pie, and stumbled and let the pie fall. This accident suggested a fresh danger to them, and whenever anybody moved about after that, with anything in his hand that could fall and make a mess, they watched that person with anxiety until he sat down again. "Now then, you girls," said our friend cheerily, after the meal was all over, "come along, let's wash up." They didn't understand him at first. When they grasped the idea, they said they didn't know how to wash up. "Oh, I'll show you," he cried. "It's fun. You lie down on your, you lie over the bank, and wash the things in the water." The elder sister said that she was afraid that they hadn't got on dresses for this work. "Oh, they'll be all right," he said. "Just lift them up." And he made them do it. He told them it was half the fun of a picnic. They said it was very interesting. Now I come to think it over, was that young man as stupid as we thought? Or was he— No, impossible. There was such a simple, childlike expression about him. Harris wanted to get out at Hampton Church, to go and see Mrs. Thomas's tomb. "Who's Mrs. Thomas?" I asked. "How should I know?" replied Harris. "She's the lady that got a funny tomb, and I want to see it." I objected. I know that when you get to a village or town, the best thing is to rush to the churchyard and enjoy the graves, but it is what I always deny myself. I take no interest in walking round gloomy churches behind asthmatic old men and reading epitaphs. One golden morning of a sunny day, I leant against the low stone wall near a little village church, smoked, and with calm gladness observed the grey old church with its wooden porch, the roofs of the cottages, the silver river, and the wooded hills beyond. It was a lovely landscape. It was idyllic, poetical, and it inspired me. I felt good and noble. I felt I didn't want to be wicked any more. I would come and live here and never do any more wrong, and lead a beautiful life and have silver hair when I got old, and all that sort of thing. I was deep in these tender thoughts when a shrill voice cried out, "All right, sir, I'm coming. It's all right, sir. Are you in a hurry?" I looked up and saw an old, egg-headed man hurrying across the churchyard toward me, carrying a huge bunch of keys in his hand that shook at every step. I waved him away, but he still advanced with the words, "I'm coming, sir, I'm coming, I'm not as quick as I used to be. This way, sir." "Go away, you miserable old man," I said. "I've come as soon as I could, sir," he replied. "My wife has not seen you till this minute. You follow me, sir." "Go away," I repeated. "Leave me before I get over the wall and kill you." He seemed to be surprised. "Don't you want to see the tombs?" he said. "No," I answered, "I don't. I want to stop here, leaning up against this old wall. Go away, and don't disturb me. I'm full of beautiful and noble thoughts, and I want to stop like it, because it feels nice and good. Don't you come fooling about, making me mad, and taking all my wonderful feelings away with those silly tombstones. Go away." He was confused for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and looked at me. He couldn't understand. He said, "Are you a stranger in these parts? You don't live here?" "No," I said, "I don't. You wouldn't if I did." "Well, then," he said, "you want to see the tombs, graves, folks have been buried." "You're an idiot," I answered, losing my temper. "I do not want to see the tombs, not your tombs. Why should I? We have graves of our own. Our family has. My Uncle Podger has a lovely tomb. That is the pride of all the countryside, and my grandfather's one can accommodate 8 visitors, and my great-aunt Susan has a wonderful brick grave with something like a coffee-pot on it. When I want to see graves, I go there. I do not want other people's. Probably I will come and see yours. That's all I can do for you." He burst into tears. He said that one of the tombs had a stone upon the top that might have been part of the figure of a man, and that another had some words that nobody had ever been able to decipher. I didn't move, and in pitiful tones he said, "Well, won't you come and see the memorial window?" I would not even see that. So he took his last chance. He drew near and whispered, "I've got a couple of skulls in the crypt," he said. "Come and see those. You're a young man out for a holiday, and you want to enjoy yourself. Come and see the skulls." Then I turned and went away, and as I was going I heard him calling to me, "Oh, come and see the skulls! Come back and see the skulls!" Harris, however, likes tombs and graves and epitaphs, and the thought of not seeing Mrs. Thomas' grave made him crazy. He said he had looked forward to seeing Mrs. Thomas's grave from the very first moment the trip was planned. He wouldn't have joined if it were not for this idea. I reminded him of George, and how we had to get the boat up to Shepperton by 5 o'clock to meet him, and then he began speaking about George. Why was George to do nothing all day long, and leave us to drag this old heavy boat up and down the river by ourselves? Why couldn't George come and do some work? Why couldn't he have got the day off and come down with us? What good was he at the bank? "I never see him doing any work there," continued Harris. "Whenever I go in, he sits behind a glass all day, trying to look as if he was doing something. What's the good of a man behind a bit of glass? I have to work for my living. Why can't he work? What's the good of their banks? They take your money, and then, when you give them a cheque, they send it back covered all over with 'no money.' What's the good of that? That's the sort of trick they had played with me twice last week. I'm not going to stand it much longer. I shall close my account. If he was here, we'd go and see that tomb. I don't believe he's at the bank at all. He's walking somewhere. That's what he's doing, leaving us to do all the work. I'm going to get out and have a drink." I pointed out to him that we were miles away from any pub, and then he asked me several times what was the good of a river if everyone who came on it was to die of thirst. It's always best to let Harris say everything he wants. He's quiet afterwards. I reminded him that there was concentrated lemonade and a jar of water in the nose of the boat, and that he only needs to mix them up to make a cool and refreshing drink. Then he said that all these drinks ruined body and soul, and were the cause of half the crime in England. He said he must drink something, however, and leant over to get the bottle. It was right at the bottom of the hamper, and seemed difficult to find, and he had to lean over further, and in trying to steer at the same time, he took the wrong side and sent the boat into the bank. He dived down into the hamper and stood there on his head. He did not move because of his fear to go over, and had to stay there till I could pull him back. And that made him madder than ever. Chapter 8. We stopped under the trees by Kempton Park and lunched. It is a pretty little place. A pleasant lawn, running near the water's edge, is overhung by willows. We had just begun the third course, the bread and jam, when a gentleman came to us and asked if we knew that we were trespassing. We said we hadn't, but if he assured us on his word as a gentleman that we were trespassing, we would no doubt believe him. He gave us his assurance, and we thanked him, but he still hung about, and seemed to be not quite content. So we asked him if there was anything else we could do for him, and Harris offered him a bit of bread and jam. He declined it, and he added that it was his duty to turn us off. Harris said that if it was his duty, it ought to be done, and asked the man what was his idea of accomplishing it. Harris is what you call a well-built man who looks hard and strong, and the man looked at him up and down, and said he would go and consult his master, and then come back and throw us both into the river. Of course, we never saw him any more, and, of course, all he really wanted was a shilling. There are a certain number of riverside roughs who make their income during the summer by hanging about the banks and blackmailing people in this way. They represent themselves as sent by the proprietor. The best thing is to offer your name and address and leave the proprietor, if he really has anything to do with the matter, to summon you and prove what damage you have done to his land by sitting down on it. But the majority of people are so lazy and timid that they prefer to give in rather than a little firmness. There are some cases where the proprietors are to blame. Their selfishness grows with every year. If these men had a chance, they would close the River Thames altogether. They actually do this. They draw chains from bank to bank and put huge notice boards on every tree. Those notice boards rouse evil feelings in my nature. I feel I want to take one down and hammer it over the head of the man who put it up, until I've killed him. And then I would bury him and put the board up over the grave. I've mentioned my feelings to Harris, and he said that he had them worse than that. He said he not only felt he wanted to kill the man who put up the board, but that he should like to kill the whole of his family, and all his friends and relatives, and then burn down his house. This seemed to me too much, and I said so to Harris. But he answered, "Not a bit of it. I'd go and sing comic songs on the ruins." I was disappointed to hear Harris say such bloodthirsty things. We never ought to allow our instincts to turn into revenge. It took some time to get Harris to take a more Christian view of the subject, but I managed it at last, and he promised me that he would spare the friends and relatives and would not sing comic songs on the ruins. You have never heard Harris sing a comic song, or you would understand the service I had done to mankind. It is one of Harris's fixed ideas that he can sing a comic song. The fixed idea, on the contrary, among Harris' friends who have heard him, is that he can't and never will be able to. When Harris is at a party and is asked to sing, he replies, "Well, I can only sing a comic song, you know." And he says it in such a tone that you understand that his singing is a thing that you ought to hear once and then die. "Oh, that is nice," says the hostess. "Do sing one, Mr. Harris." And Harris gets up and goes to the piano. "Now, silence, please, everybody," said the hostess. "Mr. Harris is going to sing a comic song." "Oh, how jolly," say everybody, and they hurry in from the garden and come up from the stairs and go and call each other from all over the house and crowd into the drawing-room and sit round. Then Harris begins. Well, you don't expect much of a voice or correct phrasing in a comic song. You don't mind if a man finds out in the middle of a note that he's too high and comes down. You don't bother about the time. You don't mind a man being 2 bars in front of the accompaniment and easing up in the middle of a line to argue with the pianist. But you do expect the words. You don't expect a man not to remember more than the first 3 lines, and to keep on repeating these lines until it is time to begin the chorus. You don't expect a man to break off in the middle of a line. You don't— well, I will just give you an idea of Harris's comic singing, and then you can judge it for yourself. Harris, standing up in front of piano. "I'm afraid it's a very old thing, you know. I expect you all know it, you know. But it's the only thing I know. It's the judge's song. You must all join in the chorus." Sounds of delight and anxiety to join in the chorus. Brilliant performance of prelude by nervous pianist. Moment arrives for Harris to join in. Harris does not notice it. Nervous pianist begins prelude again, and Harris sings out the first 2 lines of Admiral's song just at the same time. Nervous pianist tries to follow Harris with accompaniment, finds that he can't, tries to recollect what he's doing and where he is, and suddenly stops. Harris, with kind of smile of promotion, "It's all right, you're doing it very well, go on." Nervous pianist, "I'm afraid there's a mistake somewhere. What are you singing?" Harris at once, "The judge's song, don't you know it?" Some friend of Harris from the back of the room, "No, you're not, you idiot, you're singing the Admiral's song." Long talk between Harris and Harris's friend. Friend finally agrees that it doesn't matter what Harris is singing if Harris gets on and sings it, and Harris, with a sense of injustice, asks pianist to begin again. Pianist starts prelude to the Admiral's song, and Harris, at the moment he considers to be the opening of the music, begins. Harris, "When I was young and called to the bar." Sound of laughter, taken by Harris as a compliment. Pianist, thinking of his wife and family, gives up his place, being taken by a stronger-nerved man. The newer pianist, cheerily, "Now then, old man, you start off and I'll follow. We won't do any prelude." Harris, laughing, "I beg your pardon, of course. I've been mixing up the 2 songs. Now then." Singing, his voice seems to come from the cellar, and is similar to the first warnings of an earthquake. "When I was young I served a term as office boy to an attorney's firm." Aside to the pianist, "It's too low, old man. We'll have that over again if you don't mind." Sings first 2 lines over again, in a high falsetto. Great surprise of the audience. Nervous old ladies begin to cry, and has to be led out. Harris continuing, "I swept the windows and swept the floor, and no, I cleaned the windows of the big front door, and I polished up the floor. No, forget it. I beg your pardon. Funny thing, I can't think of that line. And I diddle, 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 dee, till now I'm under the ruler of the Queen's Navy." And Harris never sees what a fool he's making of himself, and how he is annoying a lot of people who never did him any harm. He honestly imagines that he has given them a treat, and says he will sing another comic song after supper. Speaking about comic songs and parties reminds me of one curious incident. We were a fashionable and highly cultured party. We were wearing our best clothes, talked pretty, and were very happy, all except 2 young students just returned from Germany, who seemed restless and uncomfortable, as if they were bored. The truth was, we were too clever for them. Our brilliant conversation and our high-class tastes were beyond them. They were out of place among us. We discussed philosophy and ethics. We flirted with graceful dignity. We were even humorous, in a high-class way. Somebody recited a French poem after supper, and we said it was beautiful, and then a lady sang a sentimental ballad in Spanish, and it made 1 or 2 of us cry. And then those 2 young men got up and asked us if we had ever heard Herr Schlossenborschen, who had just arrived, and was then down in the dining-room, singing his great German comic song. None of us had heard it. The young men said it was the finest song that had ever been written, and that if we liked it, they would get Herr Schlossenborschen, whom they knew very well, to sing it. They said it was so funny that when Herr Schlossenborschen had sung it before the German Emperor, he, the German Emperor, had had to be carried off to bed. They said nobody could sing it like Herr Schlossenborschen. He was so serious during the performance that you might think he was telling a tragedy of his own, and that, of course, made it all the funnier. They said he never showed by his tone or manner that he was singing anything funny. That would spoil it. We said we wanted to hear it, that we wanted a good laugh, and they went downstairs and brought Herr Schlossenborschen. He appeared to be quite pleased to sing it, for he came up at once and sat down to the piano without a word. "Oh, you will like it, you will laugh," said the 2 young men as they passed through the room and sat down behind the professor's back. Herr Schlossenborschen accompanied himself. The prelude was not like a comic song. It was a very sad and sorrowful one, but we understood that it was the German method, and prepared to enjoy it. I don't understand German myself. I learned it at school, but forgot every word after I had left. Still, I did not want the people to guess my ignorance, so I kept my eye on the 2 young students and followed them. When they tittered, I tittered. When they burst out laughing, I did so. I also laughed by myself, as if I had seen a bit of humour that had escaped the others. I noticed that many other people seemed to watch the 2 young men as well as myself. These people also tittered when the young men tittered, and burst out laughing when the young men did, and, as the 2 young men did it continuously all through the song, it went extremely well. And yet that German professor did not seem happy. At first, when we began to laugh, a great surprise came over his face, as if laughter were the last thing he'd expected. We thought this very funny. We said his manner was half the humour. As we continued to laugh, his surprise changed into annoyance and indignation, and he looked at us strictly, except the 2 young men who, being behind him, he could not see. That made us crazy. We told each other that it would be the death of us, this thing. The words alone, we said, were enough to make us laugh, but with his seriousness, oh, it was too much. At the end of the song, he gave us such a look that we didn't get nervous only because we knew about the German method of comic singing. We said it was the funniest thing we had ever heard in all our lives. We said how strange it was that there is a popular opinion that Germans hadn't any sense of humour. and we asked the professor why he didn't translate the song into English, so that the common people could understand it and hear what a real comic song was like. Then Herr Slausen-Borschen got up and got mad. He swore at us in German, which is rather effective language for that purpose, and he danced and shook his hands and called us all the English he knew. He said he had never been so offended in all his life. The song was not a comic song at all. It was about a young girl who lived in the mountains, and who had given up her life to save her lover's soul, and he died, and met her spirit in the air, and then he betrayed her spirit for another spirit. I'm not quite sure of the details, but it was something very sad, I know. Herr Borschen said he had sung it once before the German Emperor, and he, the German Emperor, had cried like a little child. He, Herr Borschen, said it was one of the most tragic songs in the German language. It was an awful situation for us. We looked around for the two young men who had done this thing, but they had left the house immediately after the end of the song. That was the end of that party. I never saw a party break up so quietly. We even did not say good night to one another. Walking softly, we came downstairs. We asked the servant for our hats and coats, and opened the door for ourselves, and slipped out, avoiding each other as much as possible. I have never taken much interest in German songs since then. We reached Sunbury Lock at 3:30. The river is pretty just there before you come to the gates, and the backwater is charming, but don't try to row up it. I tried to do so once. I was sculling and asked the fellows if they thought it could be done, and they said, oh, yes, they thought so, if I pulled hard. We were just under the little bridge when they said this, and I bent down over the sculls. I pulled perfectly well. I got well into a steady rhythmical swing. I put my arms and my legs and my back into it. I worked in really grand style. My two friends said it was a pleasure to watch me. At the end of 5 minutes, I thought we ought to be near the gates, and I looked up. We were under the bridge in exactly the same spot that we were when I began, and there were those two idiots laughing uncontrollably. I had been rowing like mad, but the boat was still under the bridge. We sculled up to Walton, a rather large place for a riverside town. As with all riverside places, only the smallest corner of it comes down to the water, so that from the boat you might think it was a village of several houses. All the others hide round corners and peep at the river down one street, my thanks to them for being so kind and leaving the river banks to woods and fields. Caesar, of course, had a little place at Walton, a camp, or some fortification, or something of that sort. Caesar was a river man. Also Queen Elizabeth, she was there too. You can never get away from that woman. There are also tombs in the church, and I was afraid I would not get Harris past them, but he didn't seem to think of them, and we went on. Above the bridge the river winds awfully. This makes it look picturesque, but it irritates you from a towing and sculling point of view, and causes quarrel between the man who is pulling and the man who is steering. You pass Oatlands Park on the right bank here. It's a famous old place. Henry VIII stole it from someone, I forget whom now, and lived in it. There is a grotto in the park which you can see, for a fee, and which is supposed to be very wonderful, but I cannot see much in it. The Duchess of York, who lived at Oatlands, liked dogs very much, and kept a lot of them. She had a special graveyard to bury them when they died, and there they lie, about 50 of them, with a tombstone over each. At Corway Stakes was a battle between Caesar and Cassivellaunus. Cassivellaunus had prepared the river for Caesar by planting it full of stakes, and had, no doubt, put up a notice board. But Caesar crossed it in spite of this. Nothing could stop Caesar. He's the sort of man we need to deal with selfish proprietors. Halliford and Shepperton are both pretty little spots where they touch the river, but there is nothing remarkable about them. There is a tomb in the churchyard, however, with a poem on it, and I was nervous that Harris should want to get out to see it. I saw him looking fixedly at the bank, so I managed to drop his cap into the water, and while fishing it out and swearing at my clumsiness, he forgot about his graves. At Weybridge, the Bourne and the Basingstoke Canal all enter the Thames together. The lock is just opposite the town, and the first thing that we saw was George's blazer on one of the lock gates. Closer inspection showed that George was inside it. Montmorency set up a furious barking. I screamed. Harris cried out something. George waved his hat and yelled back. The lock-keeper rushed out, thinking that somebody had fallen into the lock, and looked disappointed at finding that no one had. George had a rather curious thing in his hand. It was round and flat at one end, with a long, straight handle. "What's this?" said Harris. "A frying-pan?" "No," said George, with a strange glittering in his eyes. "They say they are extremely popular this season. Everybody has them upriver. It's a banjo." "I never knew you played a banjo," cried Harris and I at the same time. "Not exactly," replied George, "but it's very easy, they tell me, and I've got the instruction book." Chapter 9. We made George work now we'd got him. He did not want to work, of course. That goes without saying. He had had a hard time in the city, so he explained. Harris, who is heartless in his nature, and not prone to pity, said, "Ah, and now you're going to have a hard time on the river for a change. Change is good for everyone." George could not object, though he suggested that perhaps it would be better for him to stay in the boat and get tea ready, while Harris and I towed, because getting tea was such a worrying work, and Harris and I looked tired. The only reply we made to this was to pass him over the tow-line, and he took it and stepped out. There is something very strange about a tow-line. You roll it up as carefully as if you were folding up a new pair of trousers, and 5 minutes later you find that it is one terrible tangle. I firmly believe that if you took a tow-line and stretched it out straight across the middle of a field, and then turned your back on it for 30 seconds, that when you looked round again, you would find that it had twisted itself up and lost its two ends and become all loops, and it would take you half an hour to disentangle it again. That's my opinion of tow-lines in general. Of course, there may be exceptions. I do not say that there are not. There may be tow-lines that are the best in their profession, respectable tow-lines. They don't try to knit themselves up. I say there may be such tow-lines. I hope there are, but I've not met with them. This tow-line I had rolled up myself just before we got to the lock. I would not let Harris touch it because he's careless. I had looped it round slowly, and tied it up in the middle, and folded it in two, and laid it down gently at the bottom of the boat. Harris lifted it up carefully, and put it in George's hand. George had taken it firmly, and begun to unravel it as if he were taking the clothes off a newborn baby. It is always the same, and the same sort of thing always goes on in connection with it. The man on the bank, who is trying to disentangle it, thinks all the fault lies with the man who rolled it up, and he says, "What have you been trying to do with it? Make a fishing net of it? You've made a nice mess. Why couldn't you just fold it up, you fool?" He grumbles from time to time as he struggles with it, trying to find the end. On the other hand, the man who folded it up blames the man who's trying to unwind it. "Was all right when you took it," he exclaims. "Why don't you think what you're doing? You'd get a stick entangled, you would." And they feel so angry with one another that they would like to hang each other with the line. 10 minutes later, the first man gives a yell and goes mad and dances on the rope and tries to pull it straight by taking the first piece that comes to his hand and pulling at it. Of course, this only gets it into a tighter tangle than ever. Then the second man goes out of the boat and comes to help him, and they get in each other's way. They both get hold of the same bit of line and pull at it in opposite directions, and wonder where it got stuck. In the end, they turn round and find that the boat has drifted off. This really happened once. It was a rather windy morning. We were pulling downstream, and as we came round the bend, we noticed a couple of men on the bank. They were looking at each other with a miserable expression, and they held a long tow-line between them. It was clear that something had happened, so we eased up and asked them what was the matter. "Our boat's gone off," they replied in an indignant tone. "We just got out to disentangle the tow-line, and when we looked around it was gone." They seemed hurt by such behaviour of their boat. We found the boat for them half a mile further down, and brought it back to them. I bet they did not give that boat another chance for going away for the whole week. I shall never forget the picture of those two men walking up and down the bank looking for their boat. There are many funny incidents up the river about towing. One of the most common is the sight of a couple of towers. They are walking quickly along, deep in an animated discussion, while the man in the boat, 100 yards behind them, is vainly calling out for them to stop. Something has gone wrong. The rudder has come off, or the boat hook, or his hat has gone into the water and is floating down river. He calls to them to stop, quite gently and politely at first. "Oi, stop a minute, will you?" he shouts clearly. "I've dropped my hat overboard." Then, "Hi, Tom! Dick! Can't you hear?" Not quite so polite this time. Then, "Hi, damn you, you idiots! Hi, stop! Oh, you—" After that, he springs up and dances about. His face is turning red, and he curses everything he knows. And the small boys on the bank stop and laugh at him and throw stones at him as he's pulled along past them at the speed of 4 miles an hour and can't get out. Maybe this trouble would be avoided if those who are towing would remember that they are towing, and look round to see how their man is getting on. It is best to let one person tow. When two are doing it, they get talking and forget, and the boat itself doesn't remind them of the fact. Later on in the evening, when we were discussing this subject after supper, George told us a very curious story about towing. He and 3 other men, so he said, were sculling a very heavily laden boat one evening when they noticed a man and a girl walking along the towpath, both deep in interesting conversation. They were carrying a boat-hook between them, and a tow-line was attached to the boat-hook, and its end was in the water. No boat was near. No boat was in sight. Of course, there had been a boat attached to that tow-line at some time or other, that was certain, but what had become of it was a mystery. But its disappearance had not disturbed the young lady and gentleman who were towing. They had the boat-hook, and they had the line, and that seemed to be all that they needed for their work. George wanted to call out and wake them up, but at that moment a bright idea struck him, and he didn't. He drew in the end of the tow-line, and they made a loop in it and put it over their mast, and then they tidied up the sculls and sat down and lit their pipes. And that young man and young woman towed these 4 men in a heavy boat up to Marlow. George said he never saw so much sadness before, when the young couple found out at last that they had been towing the wrong boat. The girl was first to recover from her surprise and said, "Oh, Henry! Then where is Auntie?" "Did they ever find the old lady?" asked Harris. George replied he did not know. Another example of the need of sympathy between tower and towed was observed by George and myself. It was where the tow path goes gently down into the water, and we were sitting on the opposite bank, watching things in general. Suddenly, a small boat came in sight, towed through the water at a tremendous speed by a powerful horse, on which a very small boy sat. 5 fellows carelessly lay in the boat. The man who was steering had a rather restful look. "I wish he will pull to the wrong side," said George as they passed. And at that exact moment the man did it, and the boat rushed up the bank. 2 men, a hamper, and 3 oars immediately left the boat and fell on the bank. And just a moment later 3 other men landed from the other side and sat down among boat-hooks and bottles. This seemed to lighten the boat, and it went on much easier. The small boy shouted and made his horse speed up into a gallop. The men sat up and looked at one another. It was some seconds before they realized what had happened to them, but when they did, they began to shout for the boy to stop. He, however, was too busy with the horse to hear them, and we watched them flying after him until the distance hid them from view. I cannot say I was sorry at their misfortune. I only wish that all the young fools who have their boats towed in this fashion could meet with similar misfortunes. Going at the speed they do, it's impossible for them to get out of anybody else's way, or for anybody else to get out of theirs. Their line catches somebody in the boat and either throws them into the water or cuts their face open. Of all experiences in connection with towing, the most exciting is being towed by girls. It is worth trying. It usually takes 3 girls to tow. 2 hold the rope, and the other one runs round and round and giggles. They generally begin by getting themselves tied up. They get the line round their legs and have to sit down on the path and undo each other, and then they twist it round their necks and are nearly strangled. They fix it straight and, at last, run, pulling the boat along at quite a dangerous speed. At the end of 100 yards they are breathless and suddenly stop and sit down on the grass and laugh, and your boat drifts out to the middle of the river and turns round. Before you know what has happened or can seize a scull, they stand up and are surprised. "Oh, look," they say, "it's gone right out to the middle." They pull on for a bit after this, and then it turns out that one of them needs to pin up her dress, and they ease up, and the boat runs into the bank. You jump up and push it off, and you shout to them not to stop. "Yes, what's the matter?" they shout back. "Don't stop," you shout. "Don't what?" "Don't stop! Go on, go on!" "Go back, Emily, and see what it is they want," says one, and Emily comes back and asks what it is. "What do you want?" she says. "Anything happened?" "No," you answer, "it's all right, only go on, you know, don't stop." "Why not?" "Why, we can't steer if you keep stopping. You must keep the boat moving." "Keep what?" "You must keep the boat moving." "Oh, all right, I'll tell them. Are we doing it all right?" "Oh, yes, very nicely, only don't stop." "It doesn't seem difficult at all. I thought it was so hard." "Oh, no, it's simple enough, that's all." "I see. Give me out my red shawl." You find the shawl and give it to her, and by this time another one has come back and thinks she will have hers too. And they take Mary's one, and Mary does not want it, so they bring it back and ask to find a pocket comb instead of it. It is about 20 minutes before they get off the boat again, and at the next corner they see a cow. And you have to leave the boat to frighten the cow away. There is never a dull moment in the boat while girls are towing it. George got the line right after a while and towed us up to Penton Hook. There we discussed the important question of camping. We had decided to sleep on board that night, and we could lay up just about there or go on past Staines. However, the sun was still in the heavens, and we decided to boat straight to Runnymede, 3.5 miles further, a quiet wooded part of the river, and where there is good shelter. We wished afterwards that we had stopped at Penton Hook. 3 or 4 miles up the river is nothing early in the morning, but it is a hard task at the end of a long day. You take no interest in the scenery during these last miles. You do not chat and laugh. Every half-mile seems like 2. You can hardly believe that you're only where you are, and you are sure that the map is wrong. And when you have trudged along for what seems to you at least 10 miles, and still the loch is not in sight, you begin to fear that somebody had stolen it and run off with it. I remember being terribly upset once up the river. I was out with a young lady, and we were pulling down to Goring. It was rather late, and we were anxious to get in, at least she was anxious to get in. It was 6:30 when we reached Benson's Lock, and it was getting dark, and she began to get excited. She said she must be in to supper. I wanted to be in at it too, and I drew out a map to see exactly how far it was. I saw it was just 1.5 miles to the next loch, Wallingford, and 5 on more there to Cleeve. "Oh, it's all right," I said. "We'll be through the next loch before 7, and then there is only 1 more." And I began to pull steadily away. We passed the bridge, and soon after that I asked if she saw the loch. She said no. She did not see any loch. And I said, "Oh," and pulled on. Another 5 minutes went by, and then I asked her to look again. "No," she said, "I can't see any loch." "Are you sure you know a loch when you see one?" I asked gently, not wishing to offend her. The question offended her, however, and she suggested that I had a look for myself. So I laid down the sculls and looked. The river stretched out before us for about 1 mile, but no loch could be seen. "You don't think we've lost our way, do you?" asked my companion. I did not see how that was possible, though, as I suggested, perhaps we somehow had got into another stream and were heading for the falls. This idea did not comfort her, and she began to cry. I tried to calm her down. I said that the fact was that I was not rowing as fast as it was necessary, but that we should soon reach the loch now, and I pulled on for another mile. Then I began to get nervous myself. I looked again at the map. There was Wallingford Loch 1.5 miles below Benson's. It was a good map, and besides, I knew the place of the loch very well. Where were we? What had happened to us? I began to think it could be all a dream, and that I was really sleeping in my bed, and should wake up in a minute and be told it was past 10. I asked the girl if she thought it could be a dream, and she replied that she was going to ask me the same question. And then we both wondered if we were both asleep, and if so, who was the real one that was dreaming, and who was the one that was only a dream. It was quite interesting. I still went on pulling, however, and still no loch came in sight, and the river became more and more dark and mysterious under the shadows of night. I thought of ghosts, and wished I had been a better man, and knew more prayers, and in the middle of these thoughts I heard the wonderful sounds of a concertina, and knew that we were saved. I do not like the tones of a concertina as a rule, but oh, how beautiful the music seemed to both of us then. The sweet sounds drew nearer, and soon we saw a boat. It contained a party of provincial ladies and gentlemen. I never saw more attractive, lovely people in all my life. I greeted them and asked if they could tell me the way to Wallingford Loch, and I explained that I had been looking for it for the last 2 hours. "Wallingford Loch," they answered. "That's been done away over a year. There is no Wallingford Loch now, sir. You're close to Cleeve now. Look, Bill, this gentleman is looking for Wallingford Loch." I wanted to fall upon their necks and kiss them, but the stream was running too strong to allow this, so I had to be content with cold-sounding thanks. We thanked them over and over again, and we said it was a lovely night, and we wished them a pleasant trip, and, I think, I invited them all to come and spend a week with me, and the girl said her mother would be so glad to see them, and we got home in time for supper after all. Chapter 10. Harris and I began to think that Belweir Loch had been done away with after the same manner. George had towed us up to Staines, and we had taken the boat from there, and it seemed that we were dragging 50 tons after us and were walking 40 miles. It was 7:30 when we went through the loch, and we all got in the boat and went close to the left bank, looking out for a place to stay. We had originally intended to go to a pretty part of the river and camp in one of the many picturesque places, but somehow we did not want those picturesque spots so much now as we had earlier in the day. We did not want scenery. We wanted to have our supper and go to bed. However, we pulled up to the point, Picnic Point it's called, and stopped under a great tree to the mighty roots of which we fastened the boat. Then we thought we were going to have supper, but George said no, that we should put the canvas up first, before it got quite dark, and while we could see what we were doing. Then, he said, all our work would be done, and we could sit down to eat. It seemed to be not a difficult task. You took 5 iron arches, and fixed them up over the boat, and then stretched the canvas over them and fastened it down. It would take about 10 minutes, we thought. That was an understatement. We took up the hoops and began to drop them into the sockets placed for them. You would not imagine this to be a dangerous work, but looking back now, I think it's strange enough that we are alive to tell the tale. They were not hoops. They were demons. First, they did not fit into their sockets at all, and we had to jump on them and kick them, and when they were in, it turned out that they didn't fit those sockets, and they had to come out again. But they would not come out until 2 of us struggled with them for 5 minutes, when they jumped up suddenly and tried to throw us into the water. They had hinges in the middle, and when we were not looking, they bit our delicate parts of the body. And while we were working with one side of the hoop, the other side came behind us and hit us over the head. We fixed them at last, and then the only thing to do was arrange the canvas over them. George unrolled it, and fastened one end over the bow. Harris stood in the middle to take it from George and give it to me. George did his part all right, but it was new work to Harris, and he spoiled it. How he managed it, I do not know. He could not explain himself, but somehow, after 10 minutes of superhuman efforts, he rolled himself up in it. He was so firmly rolled up that he could not get out. He, of course, made great struggles for freedom, the birthright of every Englishman, and in doing so, I learned this afterwards, knocked over George, and then George began to struggle too, and got himself rolled up. I knew nothing about all this at the time. I did not understand the matter. I had been told to stand where I was and wait till the canvas came to me, and Montmorency and I stood there and waited. We could see the twitching canvas, but we supposed this was part of the method, and did not interfere. We also heard bad language coming from it, and we guessed that our friends were finding the job rather hard, and concluded that we would wait until things had got a little simpler. We waited some time, until at last George's head came out over the side of the boat. It said, "Give us a hand here, can't you? You're standing there like a mummy when you see we're suffocating, you fool." I never could ignore a call for help, so I went and undid them. It took us half an hour's hard job. After that, we cleared the decks and started to get our supper ready. We put the kettle on to boil, up in the nose of the boat, and went down to the stern and pretended to take no notice of it, getting the other things out. That's the only way to get a kettle to boil up the river. If it sees that you're waiting for it, it'll never even sing. You have to go away and begin your meal as if you were not going to have any tea at all. You must not even look at it. Then you will soon hear it sputtering madly, wishing to make a cup of tea for you. It's a good plan, too, if you're in a great hurry, to talk very loudly to each other about how you don't need any tea and are not going to have any. You get near the kettle so that it can hear you, and then you cry out, "I don't want any tea. Do you, George?" To which George shouts back, "Oh, no, I don't like tea. We'll have lemonade instead," upon which the kettle boils over. We did this harmless trick, and the result was that by the time everything else was ready, the tea was already waiting. Then we lit the lantern and sat down to supper. We wanted that supper. For 35 minutes not a sound was heard except the clank of plates, spoons, and forks, and the sound of chewing. At the end of 35 minutes, Harris said, "Ah," and took his left leg out from under him and put his right one there instead. 5 minutes afterwards, George said, "Ah," too, and threw his plate out on the bank, and 3 minutes later, Montmorency gave the first sign of satisfaction since we started, and spread his legs out, and then I said, "Ah," and bent my head back and bumped it, but I did not mind it. I did not even swear. How good one feels when one is full! How satisfied with the world! People tell me that a clear conscience makes you very happy and contented, but a full stomach gives you the same feeling as well, and it is cheaper and more easily got. One feels so forgiving and kind after a good meal, so noble-minded, so kind-hearted. It's very strange how our stomach dominates our intellect. We cannot work, we cannot think, unless our stomach wishes. It dictates to us our emotions, our passions. After eggs and bacon it says, "Work." After beefsteak and a glass of wine it says, "Sleep." After a cup of tea it says, "Now rise and show your strength. Be deep and tender, see, with a clear eye into nature and into life. Spread your white wings of thought and fly over the gates of eternity." After hot muffins it says, "Be dull and soulless, like a sheep in the field." And after brandy, taken in enough quantity, it says, "Now come, fool, smile and laugh, and make senseless sounds, and show what a helpless fool is poor man, whose mind and will are drowned in half an inch of alcohol." Watch your stomach, my friends, and eat with care and judgment. Then contentment will come to your heart, and you will be a good citizen, a loving husband, and a tender father. Before supper, Harris and George and I were quarrelsome and ill-tempered. After our supper, we sat and smiled to each other, and we smiled to our dog, too. We loved each other, we loved everybody. Harris, in moving about, stepped on George's foot. If this had happened before supper, George would have expressed wishes concerning Harris's fate in this world. But now he only said, "Be careful, old man." And Harris, instead of merely observing, in his most unpleasant tones, that a fellow could hardly not step on some bit of George's foot, because George's feet were everywhere, and he shouldn't come into an ordinary-sized boat having such long feet, and advising him to hang them over the side, as he would have done before supper, now said, "Oh, sorry, old man, I hope I haven't hurt you." And George said, "Not at all, that it was his fault," and Harris said, "No, it was his." It was quite pretty to hear them. We lit our pipes and sat, looking out on the quiet night, and talked. George said, why could we not be always like this? Always from the world with its sin, leading peaceful lives and doing good. I said it was the sort of thing I had often desired, and we discussed the possibility of our going away, we four, to some desert island and living there in the woods. Harris said that the danger about desert islands, as far as he had heard, was that they were so damp, but George said no, not if properly drained. And then George recollected a very funny thing that happened to his father once. He said his father was travelling with another man through Wales, and one night they stopped at a little hotel where there were some other fellows, and they joined the other fellows and spent the evening with them. They had a very good evening, and by the time they came to go to bed late at night, this was George's father, was a very young man, were a little drunk too. They, George's father and George's father's friend, were to sleep in the same room, but in different beds. They took the candle and went upstairs. The candle went out when they got into the room, and they had to undress and find their beds in the dark. This they did, but instead of getting into separate beds, they both climbed into the same one without knowing it, one getting in with his head at the top, and the other from the opposite side, and lying with his feet on the pillow. There was silence for a moment, and then George's father said, "Joe?" "What's the matter, Tom?" answered Joe's voice from the other end of the bed. "There's a man in my bed," said George's father. "Here's his feet on my pillow." "Well, that's an extraordinary thing, Tom," answered the other, "but I'm sure there is a man in my bed too." "What are you going to do about it?" asked George's father. "Well, I'm going to push him out now," replied Joe. "So am I," replied George's father bravely. There was a quick struggle, followed by 2 heavy bumps on the floor, and then a rather sorrowful voice said, "Tom?" "Yeah?" "How is your progress?" "Well, to tell you the truth, my man threw me out." "Mine too. I say, this hotel isn't really good, is it?" "What was the name of it?" asked Harris. "Pig and Whistle," said George. "Why?" "Ah, no, then it isn't the same," replied Harris. "What do you mean?" asked George. "It's so curious," said Harris, "but the very same thing happened to my father once at a country hotel. I've often heard this story. I thought it might be the same hotel." We went to bed at 10 that night, and I thought I should sleep well, being tired. But I didn't. As a rule, I undress and put my head on the pillow, and then somebody knocks at the door and says it's 8:30, but tonight everything seemed against me. The hardness of the boat, the uncomfortable position, the sound of the water round the boat, and the wind among the trees kept me restless and disturbed. I slept for a few hours, and then some part of the boat kept digging into my back. I slept for a while, dreaming that I had swallowed a coin, and that they were cutting a hole in my back, so to try and get it out. I thought it very unkind of them, and I told them I would give them the money at the end of the month. But they said it would be much better if they had it now. I told them what I thought of them, and then they gave me such a painful cut that I woke up. It was stuffy on the boat, and my head ached, so I thought I would go out into the cool night air. I put on clothes I could find about, some of my own, and some of George's and Harris's, and went out of the canvas to the bank. It was a wonderful night. The moon had left the quiet earth alone with the stars. It seemed as if, in the silence and the hush, while we, her children, slept, they were talking with her, their sister. The night is so full of comfort and strength. In its great presence our small sorrows go away ashamed. The day has been so full of irritation and care, and our hearts have been so full of evil and of sad thoughts, and the world has seemed so hard and wrong to us. Then night, like some loving mother, gently lays her hands upon our head, and turns our sad faces up to hers, and smiles. And though she does not speak, we know what she would say, and lay our hot cheek against her bosom, and the pain is gone. Sometimes our pain is very deep and real, and we stand before her very silent, because there is no language for our pain. Night's heart is full of pity for us. She cannot ease our pain. She takes our hand in hers, and the little world becomes very small, and we pass on her dark wings into a mightier presence than her own, and all human life lies like a book before us, and we know that pain and sorrow are only angels of God. Only those who felt pain can look upon that wondrous light, and they, when they return, may not speak of it or tell the mystery they know. Once upon a time, some good knights rode through a strange country, and their path lay along a deep wood, where the leaves of the trees that grew there were very dark and thick, so that no light came through the branches to lighten the gloom and sadness. And as they passed by that dark wood, one knight wandered far away, and did not return to the others any more, and they rode on without him, thinking that he was dead. Now, when they reached the beautiful castle towards which they had been travelling, they stayed there many days, and one night, as they sat around the fireplace in the great hall and drank, there came the lost knight and greeted them. His clothes were ragged, he had many wounds, but upon his face there was a deep joy, and they asked him what had happened to him, and he told them how in the dark wood he had lost his way, and had wandered many days and nights till he had lain down to die. Then a stately woman came to him, and took him by the hand, and led him on through distant paths, unknown to any man, until upon the darkness of the wood he saw a light. And in that magic light the knight saw a vision, and so glorious, so wonderful the vision was, that he didn't think of his bleeding wounds any more, but stood full of deep joy, as deep as the sea. And the vision disappeared, and the knight thanked the good saint who helped him see it. And the name of the dark forest was Sorrow. But we may not speak about the vision that the knight saw. Chapter 11. I woke at 6 the next morning, and found George awake too. We both turned round and tried to go to sleep again, but we could not. If we had any reason not to go to sleep again, but to get up and dress, we should have fallen asleep while we were looking at our watches, and have slept till 10. As there was no necessity for our getting up, and our getting up at that time was absolutely absurd, of course we both felt that lying down for 5 minutes more would be the death of us. George said that the same kind of thing, only worse, had happened to him 18 months ago, when he was lodging in the house of a Mrs. Gippings. He said his watch went wrong one evening, and stopped at 8:15. He did not know this at the time, because, for some reason or other, he forgot to wind it up when he went to bed, an unusual thing with him, and hung it up over his pillow without looking at it. It was in the winter when this happened, very near the shortest day, so it was still very dark when George woke in the morning and couldn't guess what time it was. He looked at his watch. It was 8:15. "Oh, my God!" exclaimed George. "And I have to be in the city by 9. Why didn't they wake me up? Oh, this is a shame!" And he threw the watch down, sprang out of bed, and had a cold bath, and washed himself and dressed himself, and shaved himself in cold water because there was not time to wait for the hot, and then had another look at the watch. Somehow, maybe because of the shaking, the watch had begun to go, and now pointed to 20 minutes to 9. George snatched it up and rushed downstairs. In the sitting-room all was dark and silent. There was no fire, no breakfast. George said it was a shame of Mrs. G, and he decided to tell her what he thought of her when he came home in the evening. Then he put on his coat and hat, and, having his umbrella in his hand, went to the front door. The door was not unlocked. George cursed Mrs. G, calling her a lazy old woman, and thought it very strange that people could not get up at a decent time. Then unlocked the door and ran out. He ran hard for 1/4 mile, and at the end of that distance he noticed a strange and curious thing. There were few people about, and there were no shops open. It was really a very dark and foggy morning, but still it seemed highly unusual to stop all business. He had to go to business. Why should other people stay in bed just because it was dark and foggy? He reached Holborn at last. No bus was about. There were 3 men in sight. One of them was a policeman, a market cart full of cabbages, and an old cab. George pulled out his watch and looked at it. It was 5 minutes to 9. He stood still and counted his pulse. He felt his legs. Then, with his watch still in his hand, he went up to the policeman and asked him if he knew what time it was. "What's the time?" said the man, looking at George with evident suspicion. "If you listen, you'll hear it strike." George listened, and a neighbouring clock immediately struck. "But it's only 3, said George in a wondering tone. "Well, and how many did you want it to go?" replied the constable. 9, said George, showing his watch. "Do you know where you live?" said the policeman. George thought and gave the address. "Oh," replied the man. "Well, take my advice and go there directly, and take that watch with you." And George went home again and entered the house. At first, when he got in, he decided to undress and go to bed again. But when he thought of redressing and re-washing, and the having of another bath, he thought he would not, but would sit up and go to sleep in the armchair. But he could not get to sleep. He never felt more wakeful in his life. So he lit the lamp and got out the chessboard, and played himself a game of chess. But even that did not amuse him. It seemed slow somehow, and he tried to read. He did not take any interest in reading either, so he put on his coat again and went out for a walk. It was horribly dark, and all the policemen he had met looked at him with evident suspicion and turned their lanterns on him and followed him about, and at last he began to feel as if he really had done something, and he got to taking the by-streets and hiding in dark doorways. Of course, this behaviour made policemen even more distrustful of him, and they kept asking him what he was doing there. And when he answered that he had only come out for a walk, it was then 4 o'clock in the morning, they looked as though they did not believe him, and 2 policemen came home with him to see if he really lived there, where he had said. They saw him come in with his key, and then they took up a position opposite and watched the house. He thought he would light the fire when he got inside, and make himself some breakfast, just to spend time. But he wasn't able to take anything without making a noise. That's why he was in an awful fear that it would wake up Mrs. G, and that she would think it was burglars and open the window and call, "Police!" And then these two detectives would rush in and take him to the police court. He was extremely nervous by this time, and he pictured the trial, and his trying to explain everything, and nobody believing him. Of course, he would be sent to prison, and his mother would die of a broken heart. So he gave up cooking breakfast and wrapped himself up in his overcoat and sat in the armchair till Mrs. G came down at 7:30. He said he had never got up too early since that morning. When George had finished his true story, I started to wake up Harris with a skull. He turned over on the other side and said he would be down in a minute. We soon let him know where he was, however, and he sat up suddenly, and Montmorency, who'd been sleeping on his chest, flew across the boat and fell down. Then we pulled up the canvas, and all four of us looked down at the water and shivered. In the evening, the idea was that we should get up early in the morning, jump into the water with merry shouts, and enjoy a long, delicious swim. Somehow now the idea seemed less attractive. The water looked damp and chilly. The wind was cold. "Well, who's going to be first?" said Harris at last. Nobody answered. George returned into the boat and pulled on his socks. Montmorency gave a howl, and Harris said it would be so difficult to get into the boat again, and went back and put on his trousers. I did not like to give in, but I did not want to dive. I decided to compromise matters by going down to the bank and just throwing the water over myself. So I took a towel and came up to the branch of a tree that dipped down into the water. It was awfully cold. The wind cut like a knife. I thought I would not throw the water over myself after all. I would go back into the boat and dress, and I turned to do so, and as I turned, the silly branch broke, and I and the towel went in with a tremendous splash, and I was in the stream with Thames water inside me before I knew what was happening. "Old Jay's gone in," I heard Harris say. "I didn't think he'd have enough courage to do it. Did you?" "Is it all right?" shouted George. "Lovely," I answered back. "You're fools not to come in. It's a shame to miss it. Why won't you try it? It only wants a little courage." But I could not persuade them. Funny thing happened whilst I was dressing that morning. It was very cold when I got back into the boat, and in my hurry to get my shirt on, I accidentally dropped it into the water. It made me awfully wild, especially as George burst out laughing. I could not see anything funny, and I told George so, and he only laughed even more. I never saw a man laugh so much. I lost my temper with him, and I pointed out to him what an absolute idiot he was, but he only laughed harder. And then, just as I was getting the shirt out of the water, I noticed that it was not my shirt, but George's. And only then I realized the humour of the situation, and I began to laugh. And the more I looked from George's wet shirt to laughing George, the more I was laughing, and at last the shirt fell back into the water again. "Aren't you going to get it out?" said George, shaking with laughter. I could not answer him at all for a while. I was laughing so, but at last I managed to say, "It isn't my shirt. It's yours." I never saw a man's face change from lively to severe so suddenly in all my life before. "What?" he cried out. "You idiot! Why can't you be more careful with what you're doing? Why don't you go and dress on the bank? You're not fit to be in a boat." I tried to show him the fun of the thing, but he could not. Sometimes George just can't see a joke. Harris proposed that we should have scrambled eggs for breakfast. He said he would cook them, because he was very good at doing them. He often did them at picnics and on yachts. He was quite famous for them. People who had once tasted his scrambled eggs never wanted any other food afterwards, and die when they could not get them. We immediately gave him the stove and the frying pan and all the eggs that had not smashed, and begged him to begin. He had some trouble in breaking the eggs, or rather, not in breaking them, but in getting them into the frying pan when broken, and keeping them off his trousers. But he put 6 into the pan at last, and mixed them with a fork. It seemed hard work, so far as George and I could judge. Whenever he went near the pan he burned himself, and then he would drop everything and dance round the stove, cursing the things. Indeed, every time George and I looked round at him, he was performing this feat. We thought at first that it was a necessary part of cooking. We did not know what scrambled eggs were, and we thought that it must be a dish of some Indian peoples. Montmorency went and put his nose over it once, and he got a drop of hot fat on his nose, and then he began dancing and cursing. Altogether, it was one of the most interesting and exciting operations I have ever seen. George and I were both sorry when it was over. The result was not the success that Harris had promised. 6 eggs had gone into the frying pan, and all that came out was a teaspoonful of burnt and unappetizing-looking mess. Harris said it was the fault of the frying pan, and thought it would be better if we had had a fish kettle and a gas stove. Chapter 12. I was sitting on the bank, deep in thought, when George remarked that when I was quite rested, perhaps I would help to wash up, and this brought me back to the present moment. I cleaned out the frying pan with a stick of wood and a tuft of grass, polishing it up finely with George's wet shirt. There are the ruins of an old monastery which is close to Picnic Point, and near it Henry VIII is said to have waited for and met Anne Boleyn. He also used to meet her at Hever Castle in Kent, and also somewhere near St. Albans. It was difficult for the people of England in those days to find a place where these thoughtless young folk were not dating. Have you ever been in a house where there is a couple? It's very trying. You think you will go in and sit in the drawing-room, and you start off there. As you open the door, you hear a noise, as if somebody had suddenly recollected something, and when you get in, Emily is standing near the window, full of interest, in the opposite side of the street, and your friend, John Edward, is at the other end of the room, examining photographs of other people's relatives. "Oh," you say, stopping at the door, "I didn't know anybody was here." "Oh, didn't you?" says Emily coldly, in a tone which shows that she does not believe you. You pause for a bit, and then you say, "It's very dark. Why don't you light a lamp?" John Edward says, "Oh." He hadn't noticed it, and Emily says that Papa does not like lamps lit in the afternoon. You tell them 1 or 2 pieces of news, and give them your views and opinions on some questions, but this does not interest them. All they remark on any subject is, "Oh, is it? Did he? Yes. Really?" And after 10 minutes of such style of conversation, you come up to the door and find the door immediately closes behind you and shuts itself, without your touching. Half an hour later, you think you will try a pipe in the conservatory. The only chair in the place is occupied by Emily, and John Edward has evidently been sitting on the floor. They do not speak, but they give you a look that says all that can be said in a civilized community, and you go away and shut the door behind you. You're afraid to enter any room in the house now, so, after walking up and down the stairs for a while, you go and sit in your own bedroom. This becomes uninteresting, however, after a time, and so you put on your hat and go out into the garden. You walk down the path, and as you pass the summer house you notice there are 2 young idiots sitting at the corner of it, and they see you, and evidently they have the idea that for some wicked purpose you're following them. Why don't they have a special room for this sort of thing, you think, and you quickly go back to the hall, get your umbrella, and go out. It was something like this when that foolish boy, Henry VIII, was dating with his little Anne. People in Buckinghamshire came upon them when they were walking round Windsor and Wraysbury, and exclaimed, "Oh, you here?" And Henry blushed and said, "Yes, I just come over to see one man." And Anne said, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Isn't it funny? I've just met Mr. Henry VIII, and he's going the same way." Then those people went away and said to themselves, "Oh, we'd better get out of here and go down to Kent." And they went to Kent. And the first thing they saw in Kent were Henry and Anne hanging around Hever Castle. "Oh, damn," they said, "let's go away. We can't see it any more. Let's go to St. Albans. Nice quiet place, St. Albans." And when they reached St. Albans, there was that couple kissing under the abbey walls, and this continued until the couple got married. There is a wonderful bit of river from Picnic Point to Old Windsor Loch, a shady road with tiny cottages, run by the bank up to a picturesque hotel, a place where you can have a very good glass of ale. So Harris says, and you can take his word on the matter of this kind. Old Windsor is a famous place. Here the great Earl Godwin was proved guilty because he had attempted to kill the king's brother, Earl Godwin, broke a piece of bread and said, "If I'm guilty, this bread will choke me when I eat it." Then he put the bread into his mouth and swallowed it, and it choked him, and he died. After you pass Old Windsor, the river is somewhat uninteresting, and does not become interesting again until you're nearing Boveney. George and I towed up, and as we were passing Datchet, George asked me if I remembered our first trip up the river, and when we landed at Datchet at 10 o'clock at night, and wanted to go to bed, I answered that I remembered it. I need some time to forget it. It was the Saturday before the August bank holiday. We were tired and hungry. We same three, and when we got to Datchet we took out the hamper, the 2 bags and coats, and started to look for a place to stay. We passed a very petite little hotel, but there was no honeysuckle about it, and for some reason I wanted honeysuckle, and I said, let's not go in there. Let's see if there isn't one with honeysuckle over it." So we came to another hotel. This was a very nice hotel too, and it had honeysuckle on it. But Harris did not like the look of a man against the front door. He said he didn't look a nice man at all, and he wore ugly boots. So we went on further. We went a long way without coming across any hotels, and then we met a man and asked him to direct us to any hotel. He said, "You're coming away from them. You must turn right and go back, and then you will come to the Stag." We said, "Oh, we've been there and didn't like it. No honeysuckle over it." "Well then," he said, "there's Manor House just opposite. Have you tried that?" Harris answered that we did not want to go there, didn't like a man who was staying there. Harris did not like the colour of his hair and didn't like his boots either. "Well, I don't know what you'll do," said the man, "because they are the only 2 hotels in the place." "No other hotels?" exclaimed Harris. "None," replied the man. "What are we to do then?" said Harris. Then George said that Harris and I could build a hotel for us and have any people we like in it. As for him, he was going back to the Stag. Harris and I sighed over the hollowness of all earthly desires and followed George. We took our luggage into the Stag and laid it down in the hall. The landlord came up and said, "Good evening, gentlemen." "Oh, good evening," said George. "We want 3 beds, please." "Very sorry, sir," said the landlord, "but I'm afraid we can't help you." "Oh, well," said George, "2 will be all right. 2 of us can sleep in 1 bed, can't we?" he said, turning to Harris and me. Harris said, "Oh, yes." He thought George and I could sleep in one bed very easily. Very sorry, sir," repeated the landlord, "but we really haven't got even a bed in the whole house. In fact, we're putting 2 and even 3 gentlemen in one bed." That was a shock. But Harris, who is an old traveller, did not give up and said, laughing, "Oh, well, you must give us some place in the billiard-room." "Very sorry, sir, 3 gentlemen sleeping on the billiard table already, 2 in the coffee-room. We can't take you in tonight." We picked up our things and went over to the manor house. It was a pretty little place. I said I thought I should like it better than the other house, and Harris said, "Oh, yes, it would be all right, and we needn't look at the man with the red hair." Harris spoke quite kindly about it. The landlady met us on the doorstep with the greeting that we were the 14th party she had turned away within the last hour and a half. We made our timid suggestions of stables, billiard-room, and kitchen. She laughed at all of them. All these places had been occupied long ago. Did she know of any place in the whole village where we could get a place for the night? "Well, if you don't mind a plain place," she did not recommend it, mind you, "there's a little bar 1/2 a mile down the Eton Road." We didn't listen any more. We caught up our bags and coats and ran. The distance seemed more like a mile than a 1/2 mile, but we reached the place at last and rushed into the bar. The people at the bar were rude. They merely laughed at us. There were only 3 beds in the whole house, and they had 7 single gentlemen and 2 married couples sleeping there already. A kind-hearted man, however, thought we might try the grocer's next door to the Stag, and we went back. The grocer's was full. An old woman we met in the shop kindly took us to her lady friend, who from time to time let rooms to gentlemen. This old woman walked very slowly, and we were 20 minutes getting to her lady's friend. Our journey was enlivened by her descriptions of the various pains she had in her back. Our lady friend's rooms were occupied. From there we were recommended to number 27. Number 27 was full and sent us to number 32. And 32 was full. Then we went back into the road, and Harris sat down on the hamper and said he would not go further. He said it seemed to be a quiet place, and he would like to die there. He asked George and me to kiss his mother for him and to tell all his relatives that he forgave them and died happy. At that moment an angel came by in the disguise of a small boy with a can of beer in one hand, and something at the end of a string in the other. We asked this heavenly messenger if he knew any lonely house whose occupants were few and weak, old ladies or paralyzed gentlemen preferred, who could be easily frightened into giving up their beds for the night to 3 desperate men, or could he recommend us to an empty pig-shed, or anything of this sort. He did not know of any such place, but he said that if we liked to come with him, his mother had a room, and could put us there for the night. We fell upon his neck there in the moonlight, and blessed him, and Harris was so glad that he fainted, and had to drink half the boy's beer can to recover, and then he started off at a run, and left George and me to bring the luggage. It was a little 4-roomed cottage where the boy lived, and his mother, good soul, gave us hot bacon for supper, and we ate it all, 5 pounds, and a jam cake afterwards, 2 pots of tea, and then we went to bed. There were 2 beds in the room. George and I slept in one of them, and the other was the little boy's bed, and Harris had that all to himself, and we found him in the morning with his bare legs sticking out of it, and George and I used it to hang the towels on whilst we bathed. We were not so snobbish about the sort of hotel we would have the next time we would go to Datchet. To return to our present trip, nothing exciting happened, and we towed on to Monkey Island, where we stopped to lunch. We had cold beef for lunch, and then we found that we had forgotten to bring any mustard. I don't think that I've ever in my life, before or since, felt I wanted mustard as badly as then. I don't care for mustard as a rule, and it's very seldom that I take it at all, but at that moment I was willing to give everything for it. Harris said he was willing too. It's a pity no one came there with a can of mustard to get rich. But there, one makes promises in moments of excitement, but, of course, when one thinks it over again, he sees the real value of the required thing. I heard about a man going up a mountain in Switzerland who once said he would give everything for a glass of beer, and when he came to a little beer shop where they gave it, he made a fearful row, because they charged him 5 francs for a bottle of beer. He said it was over the normal price, and he wrote to The Times about it. The lack of mustard made the atmosphere in our boat quite gloomy. We ate our beef in silence. Existence seemed dull and uninteresting. We thought of the happy days of childhood and sighed. We brightened up a bit, however, over the apple cake, and when George drew out a tin of pineapple and put it in the middle of the boat, we felt that life was worth living after all. We are very fond of pineapple, all 3 of us. We looked at the picture on the tin, we thought of the juice, we smiled at one another, and Harris got a spoon ready. Then we looked for the knife to open the tin with. We turned out everything, but there was no tin opener on the boat. Then Harris tried to open the tin with a pocket-knife, and broke the knife and cut himself badly, and George tried a pair of scissors, and nearly put his eye out. Then we all got mad. We battered the tin into every form known to geometry, but we could not make a hole in it. Then George went at it, and knocked it into a shape so strange that he got frightened. Then we all 3 sat round it on the grass and looked at it. There was one great dent across the top that was like a mocking grin, and it made us furious, so that Harris threw it far into the middle of the river, and we cursed it loudly. And then we got into the boat and rowed away from that spot, and didn't stop until we reached Maidenhead. Maidenhead itself is too snobbish to be pleasant. We went through this place quickly, and then rode slowly along Clivenden Woods, which still wore their elegant dress of spring, and rose up from the water's edge in one harmony of shades of fairy green. In its unbroken loveliness, we felt that this is, perhaps, the sweetest place of all the river. We pulled up in the backwater just below Cookham, and had tea, and, when we were through the loch, it was evening. A breeze had sprung up in our favour, for a wonder, for, as a rule on the river, the wind is always against you whatever way you go. It is against you in the morning when you start out for a day's trip, and you pull a long distance thinking how easy it will be to come back with the sail. Then, after tea, you have to pull hard all the way home. When you forget to take the sail at all, the wind is consistently in your favour both ways. This evening, however, they had evidently made a mistake. I had put the wind round at our back instead of in our face. We kept very quiet about it, and got the sail up quickly before they found it out, and the boat flew. I steered. Sailing is the most exciting sensation I know. Nothing comes so near to flying except dreaming. The wings of the wind seem to be bearing you, you know not where. You're no longer the slow thing creeping upon the ground. You are a part of nature. Her glorious arms are round you, raising you up against her heart. Your spirit is at one with hers. The voices of the air are singing to you. The earth seems far away and little, and the clouds are so close above your head, and you stretch your arms to them. We had the river to ourselves, except that far in the distance we could see a fishing boat, drifted in the stream on which 3 fishermen sat, and we slid it over the water and past the woodland banks, and no one spoke. I was steering. As we drew nearer, we could see that the 3 men fishing seemed old men. They sat in silence on 3 chairs on the boat and watched carefully their lines. And the red sunset threw a mystic light upon the waters and tinged with fire the towering woods, and made a golden glory of the piled-up clouds. It was an hour of deep enthusiasm and great hope. The little sail stood out against the purple sky. The world was wrapped in rainbow shadows, and behind us the night was coming. We seemed like knights of some old legend, sailing across some mystic lake into the unknown kingdom, into the great land of sunset. We did not go into the magic kingdom. We ran into that boat where those 3 old men were fishing. We did not know what had happened at first, because the sail closed the view. But from the nature of the language we heard, we understood that we had human beings near us, and that they were offended and discontented. Harris let the sail down, and then we saw what had happened. We had knocked those 3 old gentlemen off their chairs into the bottom of the boat, and now they were rising slowly and painfully, sorting themselves out from each other and the fish from themselves. As they worked, they cursed us, not with common words and expressions, but with long and complicated ones that embraced all our life, and went away into the distant future, and included all our relatives, and covered everything connected with us. Harris told them they ought to be grateful for a little excitement we had given them, who were just sitting there and fishing all day, and he also said that he was shocked to hear men of their age losing their temper so. But it didn't do any good. George said he would steer. After that, he said a mind like mine should not steer boats. Better let a mere human being look after that boat before we all got drowned. And he started steering himself and brought us to Marlow. And at Marlow we left the boat by the bridge, and went and spent the night at the Crown. Chapter 13. Marlow is one of the most pleasant river towns. It is not very picturesque on the whole, but you can find a lot of interesting places in it. There is lovely country round about it too, if, after boating, you want to have a walk. From Marlow up to Sonning, the landscape is even more lovely. Old Bisham Abbey, whose stone walls remember the shouts of the knights, and which at one time was the home of Anne of Cleves, and at another of Queen Elizabeth, is passed on the right bank. Bisham Abbey is rich in melodramatic episodes. There is a bedroom with a secret room hid high in the thick walls. The ghost of the Lady Hoby, who beat her little son to death, still walks there at night. And a little further on, a sweet corner of the stream, is what is left of Medmenham Abbey. The famous Medmenham monks were a brotherhood whose motto was, "Do as you please," and those words still stand over the ruined doorway of the abbey. In the 13th century there was another abbey. Its monks wore rough tunics and ate no meat, nor fish, or eggs. They slept on the straw, and they rose at midnight to pray. They spent the day working, reading, and praying, and over all their lives there was absolute silence, for no one spoke. It is strange that nature's voices around them, the soft singing of the waters and of the river grass, the music of the wind, had not taught them the meaning of life. They listened there through the long days in silence, waiting for a voice from heaven, and all day long and through the night it spoke to them in different tones, and they did not hear it. From Medmenham to sweet Hambledon Loch, the river is full of peaceful beauty, but after it passes Greenlands, it becomes bare and dull. We got up quite early on Monday morning at Marlow, and went for a bathe before breakfast, and coming back, Montmorency made an awful fool of himself. The only subject on which Montmorency and I have any serious difference of opinion is cats. I like cats. Montmorency does not. When I meet a cat, I say, "Poor pussy," and stoop down and tickle the side of its head, and the cat sticks up its tail, arches it back, and wipes its nose against my trousers, and all is calmness and peace. When Montmorency meets a cat, the whole street knows about it, and bad language is heard over in 10 seconds. Those words would be enough for the whole life of an ordinary respectable man. I do not blame the dog, because I understand that it is his nature. Fox terriers are born about 4 times more sinful than other dogs are, and it will take years and years of patient efforts to make any noticeable changes in the fox terrier nature. I remember being in the lobby of a store one day, and all around me were dogs, waiting for the return of their owners, who were shopping inside. There they sat, patient, good, and thoughtful. A solemn peacefulness seemed to reign in that lobby. There was an air of calmness and gentle sadness. Then a sweet young lady entered, leading a little fox terrier, and left him between a bulldog and a poodle. He sat and looked about him for a minute. Then he put up his eyes to the ceiling and seemed, judging from his expression, to be thinking of his mother. Then he yawned. Then he looked around at all the other dogs, all silent, grave, and dignified. He looked at the bulldog, sleeping on his right. He looked at the calm poodle on his left. Then, without a word of warning, without the shadow of a provocation, he bit that poodle's foreleg. The poodle yelped. The fox terrier found the result of his first experiment highly satisfactory, and determined to go on. He sprang over the poodle and attacked a collie, and the collie woke up and immediately began a noisy contest with the poodle. Then Foxy came back to his place and caught the bulldog by the ear, and tried to throw it away, and the bulldog attacked everything he could reach, including the hall porter. Anyone who knows dogs' nature understands that by this time all the other dogs were fighting as if their lives and homes depended on that fight. The big dogs fought each other, and the little dogs fought among themselves, from time to time biting the legs of the big dogs. The whole lobby was a perfect hell, and the noise was terrible. A crowd assembled outside, and asked who was being murdered, and why. Men came with poles and ropes, and tried to separate the dogs, and the police were sent for. Suddenly that sweet young lady returned, and took her sweet little dog, and now he had an expression of a newborn lamb, into her arms, and kissed him, and asked him if he was all right, and what those great nasty dogs had been doing to him, and he gazed up into her face with a look that seemed to say, "Oh, I'm so glad you've come to take me away from this awful scene." She said that the people at the stores had no right to leave such savage dogs with the ones of respectable people. Such is the nature of the fox terriers, and that is why I do not blame Montmorency for his tendency to row with cats. But he was wrong in doing so that morning. We were, as I have said, returning from swimming, and a cat ran out from one of the houses in front of us, and began to cross the road. Montmorency gave a cry of joy, the cry of a warrior who sees his enemy going into his hands, and rushed towards his victim. It was a large black cat. I never saw a larger cat. It had lost half its tail, one of its ears, and a big part of its nose. It was a long, strong animal. It had a calm and pleased expression. Montmorency went for that poor cat at the speed of 20 miles an hour, but the cat did not hurry up, did not seem to have understood that his life was in danger. It simply turned round and sat down in the middle of the road and looked at Montmorency with a gentle asking expression that said, "Yes, you want me?" Montmorency has enough courage, but there was something in the look of that cat that had calmed the heart of the brave dog. He stopped dead and looked back at the cat. Neither spoke, but the conversation that one could imagine was like this. The cat:
"Can I do anything for you?"
Montmorency:
No, thanks."
The cat:
"Don't mind speaking if you really want anything, you know."
Montmorency backing down:
"Oh, no, not at all, certainly. Don't trouble. I'm afraid I made a mistake. I thought I knew you. Sorry, I have disturbed you."
The cat:
"Not at all. Quite a pleasure. Sure you don't want anything now?"
Montmorency still backing:
"Not at all, thanks. Not at all. Very kind of you. Good morning."
The cat:
"Good morning."
Then the cat rose and went away, and Montmorency, with the tail between his legs, came back to us and took up an unimportant position behind us. Now, if you say the word "cats" to Montmorency, he will lower his head and look up pitifully at you as if to say,
"Please don't."
We went to the market after breakfast and filled the boat for 3 days. George said we ought to take vegetables, that it was unhealthy not to eat vegetables. He said they were easy enough to cook and that he would take care of them. So we got 10 pounds of potatoes, some peas, and a few cabbages. We got a beefsteak pie, a couple of cakes, and a leg of mutton from the hotel, and fruit, and cakes, and bread, and butter, and jam, and bacon, and eggs, and other things we bought from the different parts of town. Our departure from Marlow, I think, was one of our greatest successes. It was noble and impressive, without being loud. We had insisted at all the shops that the things should be sent with us then and there. None of your, "Yes, sir, I will send them off at once. The boy will be there before you are, sir." And then you are waiting like fool for hours, and going back to the shop twice. We waited while the basket was packed, and took the boy with us. We went to many shops, using this principle at each one, and by the time we had finished, we had a fine collection of boys with baskets following us around, and our final march to the river was an impressive performance. The order of the procession was: Montmorency carrying a stick, 2 suspicious-looking dogs, friends of Montmorency's, George carrying coats and rugs, and smoking a short pipe, Harris trying to walk with easy grace while carrying a suitcase in one hand and a bottle of juice in the other, greengrocer's boy and baker's boy with baskets, a man from the hotel carrying hamper, confectioner's boy with basket, grocer's boy with basket, long-haired dog, cheesemaker's boy with basket, a porter carrying a bag, a friend of the porter with his hands in his pockets smoking a short pipe, fruiterer's boy with basket, myself carrying 3 hats and a pair of boots, and trying to look as if I didn't know it. 6 small boys and 4 dogs. When we got down to the landing place, the boatman said, "Let me see, sir. Was yours a steam launch or a houseboat?" When we said that it was only a boat, he was surprised. We had a lot of trouble with steam launches that morning. I hate steam launches. I suppose every rowing man does. Every time I see a steam launch, I want to take it to a lonely part of the river, and there, in the silence, strangle it. The look of a steam launch rouses every evil instinct in my nature, and I want to come back to the good old days, when you could tell people what you thought of them with bow and arrows. The expression on the face of the man who, with his hands in his pockets, stands there and smokes a cigar, is sufficient excuse to a breach of the peace, and the whistle for you to get out of the way would ensure a verdict justifiable homicide from any jury of rowing men. They used to have to whistle for us to get out of their way. I think I can honestly say that our one small boat during that week was the cause for more delay to the steam launches than all the other things on the river put together. "Steam launch is coming," one of us would cry out, seeing the enemy in the distance, and everything was got ready to receive her. I would take the lines, and Harris and George would sit down beside me, all of us with our backs to the launch, and our boat would drift out quietly into the middle of the stream. The launch would come, whistling, and we would go on drifting. At about 100 yards off, it would start whistling like mad, and the people would come over the side and yell at us, but we never heard them. Harris would tell us an anecdote, and George and I did not want to miss a word of his story. Then that launch would give the final whistle and reverse her engines, and get around us. Everyone on board would rush to the bow and shout to us, and the people on the bank would stand up and yell too, and all the other passing boats would stop and join in, till the whole river was in a state of agitation. And then Harris would break off in the most interesting part of his story, and look up with mild surprise, and say to George, "George, here is a steam launch." And George would answer, "Well, you know, I thought I heard something." We would get nervous and confused, and not know how to get the boat out of the way, and the people in the launch would instruct us, "Pull your right! You idiot! Back with your left! No, not you, the other one! No! Now, both pull together! Not that way! Oh, you—" Then they would lower a boat and come to help us, and, after 1/4 of an hour's effort, would get us out of their way, so that they could go on, and we would thank them so much, and ask them to give us a tow, but they never would. Old ladies, not used to the river, are always nervous of steam launches. I remember going up with a party containing 3 ladies of this sort. It was very exciting. At the first sight of every steam launch that came in view, they insisted on landing and sitting down on the bank until it was out of sight again. At Hambledon Lock we found that we were short of water, so we took our jar and went up to the lock-keeper's house to ask some. George was our spokesman. He put on a charming smile and said, "Oh, please, could you give us a little water?" "Certainly," replied the old gentleman. "Take as much as you want." "Thank you so much," answered George, looking around. Where do you keep it?" "It's always in the same place, my boy," was the reply. "Just behind you." "I don't see it," said George, turning round. "Where's your eyes?" was the man's comment as he pointed to the river. "There's enough of it to see, isn't there?" "Oh," exclaimed George, grasping the idea, "but we can't drink the river, you know."
"No, but you can drink some of it," replied the old man. "It's what I've drunk for the last 15 years. George told him that his appearance after the course of drinking is not a very good advertisement for it. We got some from a cottage nearby. I think that was the same river water, but we did not know it, so it was all right. What the eye does not see, the stomach does not get upset over. We tried river water once, later on in the season, but it was not a success. We were coming downstream and had pulled up to have tea near Windsor. Our jar was empty, and we could go without tea or take water from the river. Harris was for trying the water. He said it must be all right if we boiled the water. He said that all the water germs would be killed by the boiling. So we filled our kettle and boiled the water, and we were very careful to see that it really boiled. We had made the tea, and were settling down comfortably to drink it, when George, with his cup halfway to his lips, paused and exclaimed, "What's that?" "What's what?" asked Harris and I. "That," said George, looking at the west. Harris and I followed his look, and saw a dog. It was one of the quietest and most peaceful dogs I've ever seen. It was floating dreamily on its back, with its 4 legs stuck up straight into the air. George said he didn't want any tea and emptied his cup into the water. Harris did not feel thirsty either, and followed his example. I had drunk half of my cup, but wished I had not. I asked George if he thought I was likely to have typhoid. He said, "Oh, no, he thought I had a very good chance to escape it. Anyhow, I should know in about 2 weeks whether I had or had not." We went up the backwater to Wargrave. It is a short canal leading out of the right-hand bank about 1/2 a mile above Marsh Lock. That saves nearly 1/2 a mile of distance. Of course, its entrance is crossed with chains and notice boards promising all kinds of torture, imprisonment, and death to everyone who would set skull upon its waters. I think some of the proprietors would claim money from everyone who breathes the air off the river. But the posts and chains are easy to avoid. As for the notice boards, you might, if there is nobody about, take 1 or 2 of them down and throw them in the river. We got out and lunched, and during this lunch George and I received a shock. Harris received a shock too, but I do not think Harris's shock could be so bad as ours. It was in this way we were sitting at the grass, about 10 yards from the water's edge, and we had just settled down comfortably to eat. Harris had the beefsteak pie between his knees and was cutting it, and George and I were waiting with our plates ready. "Have you got your spoon there?" says Harris. "I want a spoon for the gravy." The basket was close behind us, and George and I both turned round to find a spoon. We were not more than 5 seconds getting it. When we looked round again, Harris and the pie were gone. It was a wide open field. There was not a tree or bush for hundreds of yards. He could not have fallen into the river, because we were sitting on the water side, and he would have had to climb over us to do it. George and I looked all about. Then we looked at each other. "Has he been taken up to heaven?" I asked. "They'd hardly have taken the pie too," said George. It seemed to be reasonable, and we rejected the heavenly theory. "I suppose the truth is," suggested George, "that there has been an earthquake." And then he added with a touch of sadness in his voice, "I wish he hadn't been cutting that pie." With a sigh we turned our eyes toward the spot where Harris and the pie had last been seen on earth, and at this moment our blood froze in our veins. We saw Harris's head. Nothing but his head among the tall grass. His face was very red, and was bearing an expression of great indignation. George was the first to recover. "Speak!" he cried, "and tell us whether you're alive or dead, and where is the rest of you?" "Oh, don't be stupid," said Harris's head. "I believe you did it on purpose." "Did what?" exclaimed George and I. "Put me to sit here. What a silly trick! Here, take the pie." And out of the middle of the earth, as it seemed to us, rose the pie, very much damaged, and after it Harris, dirty and wet. He had been sitting, without knowing it, on the very edge of a small gully. The long grass was hiding it from view, and when he leant a little, he fell down. He said he had never felt so surprised in all his life. At first he thought that the end of the world had come. Harris still believes that George and I planned it all beforehand. Well, as the poet says, who shall escape calumny? Who indeed? Chapter 14. We caught a breeze after lunch, which took us gently up past Wargrave, which makes a sweet picture when you pass it. In the church there is a memorial to Mrs. Sarah Hill, who bequeathed £1 every year to be divided at Easter between 2 boys and 2 girls who've always been respectful to their parents, who have never been known to tell untruth, or steal, or to break windows, giving up all of it just for 5 shillings a year. It's not worth it. It is said that once, many years ago, a boy appeared who really never had done these things, or had never been known to do them, and thus won the crown of glory. He was exhibited for 3 weeks in the town hall, under a glass case. The river up to Sonning winds through many islands, and is very quiet and lonely. Few people, except a pair or 2 of lovers, walk along its banks. It is a part of the river where it is nice to dream about past days. We got out at Sonning and went for a walk round the village. It is the most fairy-like little place on the whole river. It looks like a stage village. Every house is smothered in roses, and now, in early June, they looked like splendid clouds. If you stop at Sonning, stay at the Bull behind the church. It is a true picture of an old country hotel, with green, square courtyard in front, where the old men gather to drink their ale and talk about village politics. We were walking about Sonning for an hour or so, and then, as it was late, we decided to go back to one of the Shiplake Islands and stop there for the night. It was still early when we got there, and George said that, as we had a lot of time, it would be wonderful to try a good supper. He said he would show us what could be done up the river in the way of cooking, and suggested that, with the vegetables and cold beef, and some odds and ends, we should make an Irish stew. It seemed a pretty good idea. George gathered wood and made a fire, and Harris and I started to peel the potatoes. I had never thought that peeling potatoes was such difficult work. We began cheerfully, but our enthusiasm was gone by the time the first potato was finished. The more we peeled, the more peel there seemed to be left on it. By the time we had got all the peel off, there was no potato left. George came and looked at it. It was about the size of a peanut. He said, "Oh, no, you're wasting them. You must scrape them." So we scraped them, and that was harder work than peeling. Potatoes are of such an extraordinary shape, all bumps and hollows. We worked hard for 25 minutes and did 4 potatoes. Then we stopped. We said it would take us the rest of the evening to scrape ourselves. It seemed difficult to believe that the potato scrapings in which Harris and I stood had really come off 4 potatoes. It shows what can be done with economy and care. George said it was absurd to have only 4 potatoes in an Irish stew. so we washed half a dozen or so more and put them in without peeling. We also put in a cabbage and some peas. George mixed it all up, and then he said that there seemed to be a lot of spare room, so we turned the hampers upside down and all odds and ends to the stew. There were half a pork pie and a piece of cold bacon, and we put them in. Then George found half a tin of salmon, and he emptied that into the pot. He explained that it was the advantage of Irish stew. You got rid of many things. I found a couple of eggs that had got cracked and put them in too. I forget the other ingredients, but I know nothing was wasted, and I remember that towards the end Montmorency, who had shown great interest in cooking, went away and appeared a few minutes afterwards with a dead water-rat in his mouth, which he evidently wished to contribute to the dinner. We had a discussion as to whether the rat should go in or not. Harris said that he thought it would be all right, mixed up with the other things, but George said he had never heard of water-rats in Irish stew, and he would rather not try experiments. Harris said, "If you never try a new thing, how can you tell what it's like? The men like you usually stop the world's progress. Think of the man who first tried German sausage." It was a great success, that Irish stew. I don't think I ever enjoyed a meal more. There was something so fresh and piquant about it. It was a dish with a new flavour, with a taste like nothing else on earth. And it was nourishing, too. As George said, there was good stuff in it. The peas and potatoes could be softer, but we all had good teeth, and that did not matter much. And as for the gravy, it was a poem. A little too rich, perhaps, for a weak stomach, but nutritious. We finished up with tea and jerry cake. Montmorency had a fight with the kettle during tea-time, and lost the battle. Throughout the trip, he was extremely interested in the kettle. He would sit and watch it as it boiled, with a puzzled expression, and would try to provoke it by growling at it. When it began to steam, he thought it was a challenge, and would fight it. But at the moment, one of us would take it away before he could attack it. Today, at the first sound the kettle made, he rose growling, and went towards it in a threatening manner. It was only a little kettle, but it was brave, and it spat at him. "Ah, would you?" Montmorency showed his teeth. "I'll teach you to respect a hard-working dog, you miserable, long-nosed, dirty thing. Come on!" And he rushed at that poor little kettle and bit it. Then a yelp of agony broke the evening stillness, and Montmorency left the boat and ran 3 times round the island at the rate of 35 miles an hour, stopping now and then to put his nose in a bit of cool mud. From that day, Montmorency regarded the kettle with a mixture of suspicion and hate. Whenever he saw it, he would growl and back rapidly, with his tail shut down, and when it was put upon the stove, he would climb out of the boat and sit on the bank till the whole tea business was over. George got out his banjo after supper and wanted to play it, but Harris objected. He said he had got a headache and did not feel strong enough to stand it. George thought the music might do him good. Music often calmed the nerves down and took away a headache, and he touched the strings just to show Harris what it was like. Harris said he would rather have the headache. George has never learned to play the banjo to this day. He tried on 2 or 3 evenings while we were upriver to get a little practice, but it was never a success. Harris's comments could unnerve any man. Besides, Montmorency would sit and howl right through the whole performance. "Why is he howling when I'm playing?" George would exclaim, throwing a boot at him. "Why are you playing when he's howling?" Harris would answer, catching the boot. "You let him alone. He can't stop howling. He's got a musical ear, and your playing makes him howl." so George decided to postpone study of the banjo until he reached home. But he could not do it even there. Mrs. P. used to come up and say that she was very sorry. For herself, she liked to hear him, but the lady upstairs was in a very delicate state, and the doctor was afraid it might injure the child. Then George tried taking it out with him late at night and practising round the square, but the neighbours complained to the police about it, and a watch was set for him one night, and he was captured. He was made to keep the peace for 6 months. He seemed to lose heart after that. He did make 1 or 2 efforts to begin this work again, but there was always the same coldness from the world, and, after a while, he sold his instrument and started learning card tricks instead. It must be desperate work learning a musical instrument. You would think that society would do everything to assist a man to learn the art of playing a musical instrument, but it doesn't. I knew a young man who was studying to play the bagpipes, and you would be surprised at the amount of opposition he met. Even his own family did not encourage him. His father was absolutely against it from the very beginning, and spoke quite unfeelingly on the subject. My friend used to get up early in the morning to practice, but had to change that plan because of his sister. She was a religious person, and she thought that it was an awful thing to begin the day like that. So he sat up at night instead, and played after the family had gone to bed. But as a result, the house got a bad reputation. People, going home late, would stop outside to listen, and the next morning the whole town was speaking about the fearful murder committed at Mr. Jefferson's the night before. And people would describe how they had heard the victim's shrieks and the awful curses of the murderer, followed by the prayer for mercy. So they let him practice in the daytime, in the back kitchen, with all the doors shut. But his more successful passages could generally be heard in the sitting-room, and would affect his mother almost to tears. She said it reminded her of her poor father. He had been swallowed by a shark, poor man, while bathing off the coast of New Guinea, where the connection came in, she could not explain. Then they built a little place for him in the garden, about 1/4 mile from the house, and sometimes a visitor would come to the house who knew nothing of the matter, and they would forget to tell him about it, and he would go out to the garden and suddenly hear the sounds of those bagpipes without being prepared for it or knowing what it was. If he were a man of strong mind, it only gave him fits, but a person of ordinary intellect usually became crazy. There is something very sad about the early effects of a beginner in bagpipes. I have felt that myself when listening to my young friend. You should have enough breath for the whole tune before you start, at least, so I understand from watching Jefferson. He would begin with a wild, full sort of note that quite inspired you, but he would get more and more piano, and the last part would end up with a hiss. You need to have a good health to play the bagpipes. Young Jefferson learned only 1 tune to play, but I never heard any complaints about the fact. Nobody seemed quite sure what it was exactly, but they all agreed that it sounded Scottish. Harris was disagreeable after supper. I think it because of the stew that had upset him, and he's not used to high living. So George and I left him in the boat and decided to go for a walk round Henley. He said he would have a glass of whisky and a pipe and fix things for the night. We were to shout when we returned, and he would row over from the island and take us there. "Don't go to sleep, old man," we said as we started. "No fear of that while this stew's inside me," he said, as he pulled back to the island. Henley was getting ready for the regatta, and was quite crowded. We met there a lot of men we knew, and in their pleasant company the time passed quickly, so that it was nearly 11 o'clock before we started for our 4-mile walk home. as we had learned to call our little boat. It was a gloomy, cold night. Besides, it was raining, and as we went through the dark, silent fields, talking low to each other and wondering if we were going right or not, we thought of the cosy boat, of Harris and Montmorency, and the whisky, and wished that we were there. We pictured ourselves inside, tired and a little hungry, the gloomy river and the trees and our dear old boat, so comfortable and warm and cheerful. We could see ourselves at supper there, eating cold meat and passing bread to each other. We could hear the pleasant clatter of our knives and the laughing voices, and we hurried on to bring the vision into life. We found the towpath, and that made us happy, because before this we had not been sure we were walking towards the river or away from it, and when you're tired and want to go to bed, such uncertainties worry you. We passed Shiplake as the clock was striking the 11:45, and then George said thoughtfully, "Do you remember which of the islands it was?" "No," I replied, beginning to become thoughtful too. "I don't. How many are there?" "Only 4, answered George. "It'll be all right, if he's awake." "And if not?" I asked, but we dismissed that thought. We shouted when we came opposite the first island, but there was no response, so we went to the second and tried there, and got the same result. "Oh, I remember now," said George. "It was the third one." And we ran on hopefully to the third one and shouted. No answer. The case was becoming serious. It was now past midnight. The hotels at Shiplake and Henley would be full, and we could not go round, knocking up houses in the middle of the night to know if they let rooms. George suggested walking back to Henley and attacking a policeman, and so getting a night's place in the police station. But then there was the thought, suppose he only hits us back and doesn't want to arrest us? We could not pass the whole night fighting policemen. Besides, we did not want to overdo the thing and get 6 months. We went there, what seemed in the darkness to be the 4th island, but met with no success. The rain was pouring now. We were wet and cold and miserable. We began to wonder whether there were only 4 islands or more, or whether we were near the islands at all, or in the wrong part of the river. Everything looked so strange and different in the darkness. We began to understand the sufferings of babes in the wood. Just when we had given up all hope, yes, I know that it is always the time that things happen in novels and tales, but it was just when we had given up all hope, I suddenly caught sight a little way below us of a strange sort of glimmer among the trees on the opposite bank. For the first moment I thought of ghosts. It was such a mysterious light. Then I suddenly realized that it was our boat. I gave such a yell across the water that it made the night shake in its bed. We waited breathless for a minute, and then, oh, divinest music of the darkness, we heard the answering bark of Montmorency. We shouted back loud enough to wake up the 7 sleepers. I never could understand why it should take more noise to wake up 7 sleepers than 1. And after what seemed an hour, but what was really, I suppose, about 5 minutes, we saw the boat coming up slowly and heard Harris's sleepy voice asking where we were. There was something strange about Harris. It was something more than mere ordinary tiredness. He pulled the boat against a part of the bank from which it was quite impossible for us to get into, and immediately went to sleep. It took us a lot of screaming to wake him up again, but we managed it at last, and got safely on board. Harris had a sad expression on him, so we noticed, when we got into the boat. He gave you the idea of a man who had had some trouble. We asked him if anything had happened, and he said, "Swans." It seemed we had stopped close to a swan's nest, and soon after George and I had gone, the female swan came back and made a row about it. Harris had frightened her away, and she'd gone away, and then brought up her old man. Harris said he'd had a good fight with those two swans, but courage and skill had helped him to defeat them. Half an hour afterwards they returned with 18 other swans. It was a fearful battle. The swans had tried to pull him and Montmorency out of the boat and drown them, and he had defended himself like a hero for 4 hours, and had killed many of them, and they all went away somewhere to die. "How many swans did you say there were?" said George. 32, replied Harris sleepily. "You said 18 just now." "No, I didn't," answered Harris. "I said 12. Think I can't count?" What were the real facts about these swans we never found out. We asked Harris in the morning, and he said, "What swans?" and thought that George and I had a dream. Oh, how wonderful it is to be safe in the boat, after our adventures and fears. We had supper, and George and I wanted to have some toddy after it. And we needed some whisky to make it, but we could not find it. We asked Harris about it, but he did not seem to know what we meant by whisky, or what we were talking about at all. Montmorency looked as if he knew something, but said nothing. I slept well that night, in spite of Harris. He didn't sleep well. I have recollection of having been woke up at least 10 times during the night because of Harris, who was looking for his clothes. He seemed to be worrying about his clothes all night. Twice he woke up George and myself to see if we were lying on his trousers. George got quite wild the second time. "Why do you need your trousers right now, in the middle of the night?" he asked. "Why don't you lie down and go to sleep?" I found him in trouble the next time I awoke, because he could not find his socks, and my last recollection of the night is Harris telling something about the absence of his umbrella. Chapter 15. We woke late the next morning, and, as Harris insisted, had a plain breakfast. Then we cleaned up. It's an endless work which gave me the answer to the question how a woman who has to work only about her house manages to pass away her time. And at about 10 started a good day's journey. We agreed that we would row this morning as a change from towing, and Harris thought that George and I should scull, and he steer. I did not agree with this idea at all. I said I thought that Harris and George should work and let me rest a bit. It seemed to me that I was doing more than my friends, and I began to feel how unfair it was. It always seemed to me that I'm doing more work than I should do. It's not that I refuse to do it. I like work. It inspires me. I can sit and look at it for hours. I love to keep it. The idea of getting rid of it nearly breaks my heart. You cannot give me too much work. To accumulate work has almost become my passion. My study is so full of it now that there is hardly enough place for any more. And I am careful of my work, too. Some of the work that I now have has been mine for years and years. From time to time I take it and dust it. No man keeps his work in better state than I do. But though I love work, I still like to be fair. I do not ask for more than I can take, but I can get it without asking for it, and this worries me. In a boat, I've always noticed that it is the fixed idea of each member of the crew that he is doing everything. Harris thought that it was he alone who had been working, and that George and I had been using him. George, on the other hand, was convicted that Harris never had done anything more than eating and sleeping, and had a strong opinion that it was he, George himself, who had done all the work worth speaking of. He said he'd never been out with such lazy creatures as Harris and I. That made Harris laugh. "Old George is talking about work," he said. "About half an hour of it would kill him. You ever seen George work?" he added, turning to me. I agreed with Harris that I never had, not since we started on this trip. "Well, I don't see how you can know much about it," George said to Harris, "because you've been asleep half the time. Have you ever seen Harris fully awake, except at mealtime?" asked George, addressing me. Truth made me support George. Harris had been of very little use in the boat. "Well, but I've done more than old James, anyhow," objected Harris. "Well, you couldn't very well have done less," added George. "I suppose Jay thinks he's the passenger," continued Harris. And that was their gratitude to me for having brought them and their old boat all the way up from Kingston, and for having taken care of them. It is the way of the world. We decided that Harris and George should scull up past Reading, and that I should tow the boat on from there. Pulling a heavy boat against a strong stream has few attractions for me now. There was a time, long ago, when I used to like the hard work. Now I like to give the youngsters a chance. I noticed that most of the old rivermen behave in the same manner when there is a need to do a hard pulling. You can always recognize the old riverman by the way in which he rests at the bottom of the boat and encourages the rowers by telling them stories about the feats he performed last season. You can call what you're doing hard work," he says, laughing to the two youngsters who've been rowing upstream for the last hour and a half. "Jim and Jack and I last season pulled up from Marlow to Goring in one afternoon. Never stopped once. Do you remember that, Jack?" Jack, who has made himself a bed of all the rugs he could collect, and who has been laying on them for at least 2 hours, partially wakes up and recollects all about the matter, and also remembers that there was an unusually strong stream against them all the way. "About 34 miles, I suppose," added the first speaker. No, not 34, Tom," says Jack. 33. And Jack and Tom, tired of the conversation, drop off to sleep once more, and the two simple-minded youngsters at the sculls feel quite proud of being allowed to row such a wonderful river-men as Jack and Tom, and work harder than ever. When I was a young man, I used to listen to these tales from my elders and believe every word, and swallow them, and then come up for more. But the new generation do not seem to have the faith of the old times. We, George, Harris, and myself, took a youngster with us once last season, and we told him stories about the wonderful things we had done all the way up. We gave him all the regular tales, the ordinary lies, and added 7 original ones that we had invented for ourselves, including a really likely story founded on a true episode which had actually happened in a modified form to our friends, a story that a child could have believed. And that young man mocked at them all, and wanted us to repeat all these things there and then, and to bet that we didn't. We recollected our rowing experiences and first efforts this morning. My own earliest boating recollection is of 5 of us contributing 3d each and taking a curiously constructed boat on the Regent's Park Lake, and then drying ourselves in the park-keeper's place. After that, having got a taste for the water, I did a lot of rafting using rafts of my own design. This exercise provided much interest and excitement, especially when you're in the middle of the pond and the proprietor of the materials of which your raft is constructed suddenly appears on the bank with a big stick in his hand. Your first feeling is that, somehow or other, you don't want any company and conversation, and that you would rather avoid meeting him, and so your aim now is to get on the opposite side of the pond, and to go home quietly and quickly, pretending not to see him. He, on the contrary, wishes to take you by the hand and talk to you. It appears that he knows your father, but this does not draw you towards him. He says he'll teach you to take his boards and make a raft of them, but, as you know how to do this quite well already, you refuse to accept the offer. Without noticing your coolness, he runs up and down the pond, anxious to be on the point where you will land. The conversation is, however, very short. Most of it is on his part, and almost all your remarks are exclamatory ones, and you try to go away as soon as possible. I spent 3 months rafting, and, being then quite experienced at this, I decided to go in for rowing, and joined one of the boating clubs. Being out in a boat on the River Lee, specially on Saturday afternoons, soon teaches you to handle a boat, and gives you an opportunity to get the most quick and pleasant method of lying down at the bottom of the boat so as to avoid being thrown into the river. But it does not give you style. I got my style on the Thames only. My style of rowing is admired by everybody. People say it is so special. George never went near the water until he was 16, and then he and 8 other gentlemen of about the same age decided to hire a boat to Richmond and back. One of them, a youth named Joskins, who had once or twice taken out a boat, told them that boating was such fun. The stiff breeze was blowing across the river, but this did not trouble them at all, and they began to select a boat. Their attention was attracted by an 8-oared racing outrigger. They said they'd have that one, please. The boatman was away, and only his boy was there. The boy tried to show them 2 or 3 very comfortable boats, but they would not do at all. They thought they would look best in that outrigger. So the boy launched it, and they took off their coats and prepared to take their seats. The boy suggested that George, who, even in those days, was always a heavy man, should be number 4. George said that he should be happy to be, and stepped into Bow's place. They got him in his right position at last, and then the others followed. A particular nervous boy was to be Cox, and Joskins explained to him the main steering principles. He told the others that sculling was simple enough. All they had to do was just to follow him. George is unable to describe in detail what followed then. He immediately, on starting, he received a heavy blow in his back from number 5's scull. At the same time, his own seat seemed to disappear from under him and leave him sitting on the boards. He also noticed that number 2 was lying on his back at the bottom of the boat, with his legs in the air. They passed under Kew Bridge at the speed of 8 miles an hour. Joskins was the only rowing person. George tried to help him, but when he dipped his oar into the water, it immediately, to his surprise, disappeared under the boat, and nearly took him with it. And then Cox threw both lines and burst into tears. How they got back George never knew, but it took them 40 minutes. A big crowd watched them from Kew Bridge with much interest, and everybody shouted out to them different directions. 3 times they managed to get the boat back through the arch, and 3 times they were under it again, and every time when Cox saw the bridge above him, he burst into tears again. George said he thought that afternoon that he would never like boating. Harris is more accustomed to sea rowing than to river work, and says that he prefers it. I don't. I remember taking a small boat out at Eastbourne last summer. I used to do a lot of sea rowing years ago, and I thought I should be all right. But I found I had forgotten this art. When one scull was deep under the water, the other would be in the air. I had to stand up to get a grip of the water with both at the same time. I landed halfway down on the beach, and get an old boatman to take me back. I like to watch an old boatman rowing. There is something so beautifully calm and restful about his method. It is so free from that haste. If another boat overtakes him and passes him, it does not annoy him. They all overtake and pass him, all those that are going his way. This would irritate some people. The great calmness of that boatman gives us a beautiful lesson against our ambitions. Plain practical rowing is not a very difficult art, but it takes a lot of practice before a man feels comfortable when rowing past girls. It is the time that worries a youngster. "It's funny," he says, "I can get on all right when I'm sculling by myself." It's very funny to see two beginners trying to keep time with one another. Bo finds it impossible to keep pace with Stroke, because Stroke rows in such an ordinary fashion. Stroke explains that for the last 10 minutes he has been trying to adapt his method to Bo's limited abilities. Bo, in turn, becomes offended and asks Stroke not to trouble about him, Bo, but to row correctly. They splash along for another 100 yards, and then the whole secret of their trouble strikes the Stroke. "I tell you what it is, you've got my sculls," he cries, turning to the Bo. "Pass yours over." "Well, do you know, I've been wondering how it was I couldn't get on with these," answers Bo joyfully, and exchanges the sculls. "Now we shall be all right." But they are not. Not even then. Stroke has to stretch his arms to reach his sculls now, while Bo's pair hit him in the chest. So they change back again and come to the conclusion that the boatman has given them the wrong set, and being both angry with this man, they become quite friendly and sympathetic. George said he had often wanted to try punting for a change. Punting is not as easy as it looks. As in rowing, you soon learn how to handle the craft, but it takes long practice before you can do it without getting the water up your sleeve. One young man I knew had a very sad accident happen to him the first time he went punting. He had been getting on very well, and now was walking up and down our punt with a careless grace that was quite lovely to watch. But it was lovely until he, while looking round to enjoy the scenery, took just one step more than it was necessary, and walked off the punt. The pole was firmly fixed in the mud, and he was left clinging to it while the punt drifted away. It was a shameful position for him. A boy on the bank immediately cried out to his friend, "Hurry up and see real monkey on a stick!" I could not help him, because we had not taken another pole with us. I could only sit and look at him. I shall never forget his expression. There was so much thought in it. I watched how he gently let down into the water, and saw him going out, sad and wet. I laughed, as his figure looked so ridiculous. I continued to laugh until I suddenly realized that really I had got very little to laugh at. Here was I, alone in the punt, without a pole, drifting helplessly down midstream. I began to feel very angry with my friend for having left me there, even without a pole. I drifted on for about 1/4 of a mile, and then I came in sight of 2 old fishermen. They saw me going down upon them, and they called out to me to keep out of their way. "I can't," I cried back. "But you don't try," they answered. I explained the matter to them when I got nearer, and they caught me and lent me a pole. The first time I went punting was in company with 3 other men. They were going to show me how to do it. We could not all start together, so I said I would go down first to get a punt, and then I could practice a bit until they came. I could not get a punt out that afternoon, so I had nothing else to do but sit down on the bank, watching the river, and waiting for my friends. I had not been sitting there for a long time before my attention was attracted by a man in a punt who, I noticed with some surprise, wore a jacket and cap exactly like mine. He was evidently a beginner at punting, and his performance was very interesting. You never knew what was going to happen when he put the pole in. He evidently did not know it himself. Sometimes he went upstream and sometimes downstream, and at other times he was simply whirling. And with every result he seemed equally surprised and annoyed. The people about the river began to get interested in him and to make bets with one another as to what would be the result of his next push. Meantime, my friends arrived on the opposite bank, and they stopped and watched him too. His back was towards them, and they only saw his jacket and cap. From this they made the conclusion that it was I, their dear companion, and that they were extremely delighted. They began to laugh at him cruelly. I did not understand their mistake at first, and I thought, how rude of them to behave like that with a stranger. But then the explanation of the matter came to me, and I stepped away behind a tree. Oh, how they enjoyed themselves making fun of that young man! They gave him a lot of old jokes, and even made a few new ones just for him. They threw at him all the private jokes belonging to our company, and which made absolutely no sense for him, and then, unable to stand their jokes any longer, he turned round on them, and they saw his face. I was glad to notice that they had some decency to look very foolish. They explained to him that they had thought he was someone they knew. They said they could do such sort of things with nobody except a good friend of their own. Harris told me once about a bathing experience he had. He was swimming about near the beach when he felt that someone suddenly seized him by the neck and pulled him under water. He struggled violently, but all his efforts were useless. He had given up kicking and was trying to think about spiritual things when he was released. He stood up and looked at his would-be murderer. He was standing close by him, laughing sincerely, but when he saw Harris's face, he seemed greatly surprised. I really beg your pardon," he stammered confusedly. I took you for a friend of mine." Harris thought it was lucky for him the man had not mistaken him for a relative. Probably he would have drowned him. Sailing is a thing that wants knowledge and practice too, though, as a boy, I did not think so. I knew another boy who had the same point of view, and so, one windy day, we decided to go for a trip. We hired a sailing boat and started off. We rowed until we were out of sight of the town, and then, with the wide stretch of water in front of us, and the wind blowing like a hurricane across it, we felt that the time had come. Hector, I think that was his name, was pulling while I unrolled the sail. It seemed a difficult job, but I managed to do it. And then came the question, which was the top of it? Using our natural instinct, we, of course, decided that the bottom was the top and started to fix it upside down. But it took us a lot of time to get it up. The sail seemed to imagine that we were playing at funerals, and that I was the corpse, and itself was the winding sheet. "Wet it," said Hector. "Drop it in the water and get it wet." He said people in ships always do it before they put them up. So I wetted it, but that made matters worse. A dry sail wrapping itself round your head is not pleasant, but when it is wet, it becomes irritating. We did get the thing up at last, the two of us together. We fixed it and put it up to the mast. It was strange enough, but the boat did not upset. Why, I'm unable to offer any reason. I've often thought about this matter, but I have never had satisfactory explanation. The boat seemed to come to the conclusion, judging from our behaviour, that we had come out for a morning's suicide, and she wanted to disappoint us. That is the only suggestion I can offer. We managed to keep inside the boat, but it was hard work. The boat travelled upstream for about a mile, at a speed I have never sailed at since, and don't want to again. Then she flew for a long, low bank of soft mud. That mud saved us. The boat stuck in it. Finding that we were able to move, we crept forward and cut down the sail. We had had enough sailing. We thought we would have a row just for a change. We took the sculls and tried to push the boat off the mud, and in doing so we broke one of the sculls. After that we were very careful, but they were an old pair, and the second one broke almost easier than the first one, and left us helpless. The mud stretched out for about 100 yards in front of us, and behind us was the water. The only thing to be done was to sit and wait until someone came by. It was 3 hours before we saw a man. It was an old fisherman who, with great difficulty, at last saved us and towed us back to the boatyard. We had to give some money to the man who had brought us home, and pay for the broken sculls, and for having been out for 4 hours and a half, so it cost us a lot of pocket money. But we learned experience, and they say that is always cheap at any price. We came in sight of Reading about 11. The town itself is a famous old place, but the river is dirty and gloomy here. At Reading Lock we came up with a steam launch belonging to some friends of mine, and they towed us up to within about 1 mile. It was very delightful to be towed up by a launch. I prefer it to rowing. It could be even more wonderful, but a lot of small boats were continually getting in the way of our launch, and, not to run them down, we continually had to slow down and stop. Their manner in which these rowing boats get in the way is really annoying. Something ought to be done about it. And they're extremely bold, too. You whistle them for some time, till they will trouble themselves to hurry. I think it instructive to run down 1 or 2 of them, just to teach them all a lesson. Goring on the left bank and Streatley on the right are both charming places to stay at for a few days. We had intended to reach Wallingford that day, but the sweet, smiling face of the river here made us to stay for a while, and so we left our boat at the bridge and went up into the town and lunched at the Bull, much to Montmorency's satisfaction.
Chapter 16. We stayed 2 days at Streatley and got our clothes washed. We had tried washing them ourselves in the river under George's instructions, and it had been a failure. Before we had washed them, they had been very, very dirty, it's true, but they were wearable. After we had washed them, well, the river between Reading and Henley was much cleaner after we had washed our clothes in it than it was before. During that wash, we collected all the dirt that was in the river with our clothes. The washerwoman at Streatley said she felt obliged to charge us 3 times more than the usual price. We paid the bill without a protest. The neighbourhood of Streatley and Goring is a great fishing centre. You can sit on the river and fish all day long. Some people do. They never catch any fish. I never knew anybody catch anything up the Thames, except minnows and dead cats, but that has nothing to do, of course, with fishing. The local fisherman's guide doesn't say a word about catching anything. All it says is, "This place is good station for fishing." There is no place in the world where you can fish for a longer period. Some fishermen come here and fish for a day. Others stop and fish for a month. You can hang on and fish for a year if you want to. It will be all the same. The Fisherman's Guide to the Thames says that jack and perch also may be caught here. But there it is wrong. Jack and perch may be about there. You can see them. When you are out for a walk along the banks, they come and stand half out of the water with their mouths open for biscuits. And if you go for a bathe, they crowd round and get in your way and irritate you. But they are not to be caught by a worm on the end of a hook. Not they. I'm not a good fisherman myself. I devoted some of my attention to this subject,
and was, as I thought, rather good at it. But my experienced friends told me that I never would be really good at it, and advised me to give it up. They said that I had an extremely good throw, and quite enough laziness, but they were sure I should never become a fisherman. I had not got enough imagination. They said that as a poet, or a novel writer, or a reporter, or anything of that kind, I might be good, but that would require more play of imagination and more power of invention than I possessed. Some people think that all that is required to make a good fisherman is the ability to tell lies easily, but this is a mistake. The experienced fisherman is seen in details, in light touches of probability, the general air of truth. Anybody can come in and say, "Oh, I caught 15 dozen perch yesterday evening," or "Last Monday I had the fish weighing 18 pounds and measuring 3 feet. There is no art, no skill required for that sort of thing. It shows courage, but that is all. No, the real fisherman would never tell a lie that way. His method is worth studying. He comes in quietly with his hat on, takes the most comfortable chair, lights his pipe, and begins to smoke it in silence. He lets the youngsters boast for a while, and then, during a small pause, he removes the pipe from his mouth and remarks, "Well, I had a haul on Tuesday evening that it's better not to tell anybody about." "Oh, why's that?" they ask. "Because I don't expect anybody will believe me," replies the old man calmly, as he refills his pipe and asks to bring him 3 of Scotch. There is a pause after this. Nobody is willing to contradict the old gentleman, so he has to go on without any encouragement. "No," he continues thoughtfully, "I shouldn't believe it myself if anybody told it to me, but it's a fact. I'd been sitting there all afternoon, and I'd caught nothing, except a few dozen dace and 20 jacks, and I was ready to give it up when I suddenly felt a rather strong pull at the line. I thought it was another little one, and I pulled it up. It took me half an hour, sir, to land that fish, and every moment I thought the line was going to break. I reached him at last, and what do you think it was? A sturgeon? A 40-pound sturgeon. Yes, you may well look surprised. I'll have another 3 of Scotch, please." And then he describes the astonishment of everybody who saw it, and what his wife said when he got home, and what Joe Buggles thought about it. Once I asked the landlord of a river hotel if it did not annoy him sometimes listening to the tales that the fishermen told him, and he said, "Oh, no, not now, sir. It used to surprise me at first, but my wife and I listen to them all day now. It's what you get used to, you know." I knew a young man once. He was a very honest person, and he decided never to exaggerate his hauls by more than 25%. "When I've caught 40 fish," he said, "then I will tell people that I've caught 50, and so on. But I will not lie any more than that, because it's a sin to lie." But the 25% plan did not work well at all. He never was able to use it. The greatest number of fish he ever caught in the day was 3, and you can't add 25% to 3, at least not in fish. So he increased his percentage to 33 1/3, but that again was difficult when he had only caught 1 or 2. So he decided just to double the quantity to simplify matters. He followed this system for a couple of months, and then he became dissatisfied with it. Nobody believed him when he told them that he only doubled his moderation, put him at a disadvantage among other fishermen. When he had really caught 3 small fish, and said he had caught 6, he got rather angry with a man whom he knew had only caught 1, but told people he'd landed 2 dozen. So he made one final arrangement with himself, which he followed ever since, and that was to count each fish that he caught as 10, and always to begin with this number. For example, if he did not catch any fish at all, then he said he had caught 10. If you could never catch less than 10 fish by this system, that was the base of it. Then if by chance he really caught 1 fish, he called it 20, while 2 fish would count 30, 3, 40, and so on. It is a simple and easily worked plan. In fact, the committee of the Thames Fishermen's Association recommended to use it about 2 years ago, but some of the older members did not agree. They said it would be better to double the number and count each fish as 20. If ever you have a spare evening up the river, I advise you to come into one of the little village inns and take a seat at the bar. You will meet 1 or 2 old fishermen, and they will tell you many fishing tales in half an hour. George and I don't know what had become of Harris. He had gone out to shave early in the afternoon, and had then come back and spent 40 minutes in polishing his shoes. We had not seen him since. George and I, therefore, went for a walk to Wallingford on the 2nd evening, and, coming home, we came into a little riverside hotel for a rest and other things. We went into the parlour and sat down. There was an old gentleman there, smoking a long pipe, and we naturally began talking. He told us that it had been a fine day today, and we told him that it had been a fine day yesterday, and then we all told each other that we thought it would be a fine day tomorrow. After that, it came out that we were strangers there, and that we were going away the next morning. Then there was a pause in the conversation, during which our eyes went round the room. They finally stopped upon a dusty old glass case with a trout inside it. It interested me so much, that trout. It was such a monstrous fish. "Arr," said the old gentleman, following the direction of my eyes. "Fine fellow that, isn't he?" "Quite unusual," I said, and George asked the old man how much he thought it weighed. 18 pounds 6 ounces, said our friend, rising and taking down his coat. "Yes," he continued, "I landed it 16 years ago. I caught it just below the bridge. They told me it was in the river, and I said I'd have it, and so I did. You don't see many fish that size about here now, I think. Good night, gentlemen." And he went out and left us alone. We could not take our eyes off the fish after that. It really was a remarkably fine fish. We were still looking at it when the local carrier, who had just stopped at the hotel, came to the door of the room with a beer in his hand, and he also looked at the fish. "Good-sized trout, that," said George, turning round to him. "Ah, right, sir," replied the man, and then added, "Maybe you wasn't here, sir, when that fish was caught." "No," we told him. "Ah," said the carrier, "then of course it was nearly 5 years ago that I caught that trout." "Oh, was it you who caught it then?" said I. "Yes, sir," replied the old fellow. "I caught him just below the lock one Friday afternoon, and the remarkable thing about it is that I caught him with a fly. I went out to fish never thinking of a trout, and when I saw it on the end of my line, I was so surprised. Well, you see, he weighed 26 pound. Good night, gentlemen. Good night." 5 minutes afterwards a third man came in and described how he had caught it early one morning, and then he left, and a solemn, good-looking, middle-aged individual came in and sat down over by the window. None of us spoke for a while, but George turned to the newcomer and said, "I beg your pardon. I hope you'll forgive the liberty that we, strangers, are taking, but my friend and I would be so much pleased if you would tell us how you caught that trout." "Who told you I caught that trout?" was the surprised question. We said that nobody had told us so, but somehow we felt that it was he who had done it. "Well, it's a most remarkable thing, most remarkable," answered the stranger, laughing, "because you are quite right. I caught it." And then he went on and told us how it had taken him half an hour to land it, and how it had broken his rod. He said he had weighed it carefully when he reached home, and it turned to be 34 pounds. Then he went out. When he was gone, the landlord came in to us. We told him the various stories we had heard about his trout, and we all laughed very heartily. "I can't believe that Jim Bates and Joe Muggles and Mr. Jones and old Billy Maunders. All of them were telling you that they had caught it." "Well, that is good," said the honest old man, laughing. "Yeah, if they had caught it, they would never have given it to me to put in my haul." And then he told us the real history of the fish. He had caught it himself years ago, when he was quite young, not by any art or skill, but by that luck that always waits for a boy when he skips classes and goes out fishing on a sunny afternoon. He said that bringing home that trout had saved him from punishment. He was called out of the room, and George and I again turned our eyes upon the fish. It really was a remarkable trout. The more we looked at it, the more we admired it. It excited George so much that he climbed up on a chair to get a better view of it. And then the chair slipped, and George clutched at the case to save himself. The case came down with a crash. George and the chair on top of it. "You haven't damaged the fish, have you?" I cried in alarm. "I hope not," said George, rising and looking around. But he had. That trout broke up in 1,000 fragments. We thought it strange that a dummy could break up into little pieces like that. But it wasn't a dummy. That trout was plaster. Chapter 17. We left Streatley early the next morning and went up to Culham and slept there under the canvas. The river is not very interesting between Streatley and Wallington. From Cleve you get a stretch of 6.5 miles without a lock. For myself, I'm fond of locks. They pleasantly break the monotony of the pull. I like sitting in the boat and enjoying fresh views. They are picturesque, these locks. There you can have a pleasant talk with an old lock-keeper, or his cheerful-looking wife, or bright-eyed daughter. You meet other boats there and exchange river gossip. The Thames would not be the fairyland it is without its picturesque locks. Talking of locks reminds me of an accident George and I nearly had one summer's morning. It was a glorious day, and the lock was crowded, and, as is a common practice up the river, a smart photographer was taking a picture of us as we lay upon the waters. I did not understand what was going on at first, and was surprised at noticing George smooth out his trousers, run his hand through his hair, sit down in a graceful attitude, and try to hide his feet. My first idea was that he had suddenly noticed some girl he knew, and I looked about to see who it was. Everybody in the lock was standing or sitting in the most curious attitudes I've ever seen. All the girls were smiling, and all the men were looking serious and noble. Then, at last, the truth flashed across me. Our boat was the first one, and it would be unkind of me to spoil the man's picture, I thought. So I turned round quickly and took up a position of careless grace, and arranged my hair, and put on an expression of tender melancholy. As we stood waiting for the important moment, I heard someone's call, "Hey, look at your nose!" I could not turn round to see whose nose was to be looked at. I looked at Georgie's nose. It was all right. Then I examined my own. That seemed all right too. "Look at your nose, you fool!" came the same voice again, but louder. And then another voice cried, "Push your nose out! You two with the dog!" Neither George nor I dared to turn around. The picture might be taken any moment, But now the whole loch started yelling, and a loud voice from the back shouted, "Look at your boat, sir! You're in the red and black caps! Be quick, or there will be 2 corpses in that photo!" We looked then, and saw that the nose of our boat had fixed in the loch, while the incoming water was rising all around it. In another moment we should be over. As quick as we could, we took oars, and a hard blow against the side of the loch released the boat, and sent us down on our backs. Of course, the man took the picture at the moment when we were both lying on our backs with a wild expression of "Where am I?" on our faces, and our 4 feet in the air. We were up early the next morning, as we wanted to be in Oxford by the afternoon. It is surprising how early one can get up when camping out. We had finished breakfast, and were through Clifton Lock by 8:30. From Clifton to Culham the river banks are flat and uninteresting, but after you get through Culham Lock, the coldest and deepest lock on the river, the landscape is getting better. We passed through Iffley Lock at about 12:30, and then, having made everything ready for landing, set to work on our last mile. Between Iffley and Oxford is the most difficult part of the river I know. You need to be born on that bit of water to understand it. I have been over it several times, but I have never been able to understand it. The man who could row from Oxford to Iffley ought to be able to live comfortably under one roof with his wife, his mother-in-law, his elder sister, and the oldest servant who was in the family when he was a baby. First, the current drives you onto the right bank, and then onto the left. Then it takes you out into the middle and carries you upstream again. Of course, we got in the way of many other boats, and they in ours, and, of course, a good deal of bad language was used. I don't know why, but everybody is always so extremely irritable on the river. When another boat gets in my way, I feel I want to kill all the people in it. The mild-tempered people, when on land, become violent and rude when in a boat. Once I was boating with a young lady. She was a sweet and gentle creature in ordinary life, but on the river it was quite awful to hear her. "Oh, what a fool!" she would exclaim when some sculler would get in her way. "Why doesn't he look where he's going?" And, "Oh, what a silly old thing!" she would say when the sail would not go up, and she would catch it and shake it quite cruelly. Yet, as I've said, she was a kind-hearted and friendly girl on shore. Chapter 18. We spent 2 very pleasant days at Oxford. There are plenty of dogs in the town of Oxford. Montmorency had 11 fights on the first day, and 14 on the second, and thought he had got right to heaven. Among people who are too weak or too lazy to row upstream, it is a common practice to get a boat at Oxford and row down. Energetic ones, however, prefer the upstream journey. It does not seem good to be always going with the current. There is more satisfaction in working hard and fighting against it. At least, so I feel when Harris and George are sculling and I am steering. To those who consider making Oxford their starting place, I would say, take your own boat, unless, of course, you can take someone else's without any possible danger of being caught at it. The boats that are let for hire on the Thames above Marlow are very good boats. If they are handled with care, they seldom come to pieces or sink. There are places in them to sit down on, and they have everything for rowing and steering them. But they are not ornamental. The boat you hire up the river above Marlow is not the sort of boat in which you can give yourself airs. The hired-up river-boat very soon puts an end to any of that sort of thing. The man in the hired-up river-boat is modest and retiring. He likes to keep on the shady side, underneath the trees, and to do most of his travelling early in the morning or late at night. where there are not many people about on the river to look at him. When the man in the hired-up riverboat sees anyone he knows, he gets out onto the bank and hides behind a tree. I was one of a party who hired an upriver boat one summer. None of us had ever seen the rented boat before. When we came with our bags to the yard and gave our names, the man said, "It's all right. Jim, bring the Pride of the Thames." The boy went and reappeared with a strange piece of wood that looked as though it had been recently dug out of somewhere, and dug out carelessly, so it had been damaged in the process. My own idea when I saw it was that it was a Roman relic of some sort, possibly a coffin. The Thames is rich in Roman relics, and my idea seemed to me a very probable one, but our serious young man, who was a geologist, said it was clear to the ordinary intellect that this thing was the fossil of a whale. To settle the dispute, we decided to ask the boy. We told him not to be afraid, but to tell the truth. Was it the fossil of a whale or an early Roman coffin? The boy said it was the Pride of the Thames. We thought this a very humorous answer at first, and somebody gave him twopence as a reward for his joke. But when he kept insisting on it, we got angry with him. "Come, come, my boy," said the captain. "We've had enough of this nonsense. You take your mother's washing tub home again and bring us a boat." The boat-builder himself came up then and assured us that the thing really was a boat. We thought he should at least paint it, do something that could help distinguish it from a wreck, but he could not see any fault in it. He even seemed offended at our remarks. He said that he had chosen the best boat for us, and he thought we should be more grateful. He said it, the Pride of the Thames, had been in use now for the last 40 years to his knowledge, and nobody had complained of it before, and he did not see why we should be the first to begin. We did not argue any more. We fastened the so-called boat together with some pieces of string, said our prayers, and stepped on board. They charged us 35 shillings for 6 days. The weather changed on the 3rd day. Oh, I'm talking about our present trip now, and we started our homeward journey under a steady drizzle. The river, with the sunlight flashing here and there, is a golden fairy stream, but the river, chill and tired, with the raindrops falling on its brown waters while the woods are all dark and silent, is a water full of ghosts and regrets. Sunlight is the lifeblood of nature. Mother Earth looks at us with such dull eyes. When the sunlight has gone away from her, it makes us sad to be with her then. She does not seem to care for us. She is as a widow who has lost the husband she loved, and her children touch her hand, and looking up into her eyes, but receive no smile from her. We rode on all that day, through the rain, and it was very melancholy work. We pretended at first that we enjoyed it. We said that, for a change, it was nice to see the river under all different aspects. We said we could not expect to have the sunshine all the time, and told each other that nature was beautiful, even in her tears. Indeed, Harris and I were quite enthusiastic about it for the first few hours. And we sang a song about a gypsy's life, and how delightful it was, free to storm and sunshine and to everything, and how he enjoyed the rain, and how he laughed at the people who didn't like it. George was more serious, and took the umbrella. We lifted up the cover, leaving just a little space in the bow, from which one of us could keep a lookout. In this way we made 9 miles, and stayed for the night below Day's Lock. I cannot honestly say that we had a merry evening. The rain poured down. Everything in the boat was damp and cold. Supper was not a success. Cold veal pie, when you don't feel hungry, isn't appetizing. I felt I wanted fried fish and a cutlet. Harris dreamed of fish with white sauce and passed his pie to Montmorency, who declined it and went and sat over at the other end of the boat. George asked us not to talk about these things until he had finished his cold beef without mustard. We played cards after supper. We played for about an hour and a half, by the end of which time George had won 4 pence. George always is lucky at cards, and Harris and I had lost exactly 2 each. We thought we would stop playing cards then. As Harris said, it raises an unhealthy excitement. George offered to go on and give us our revenge, but Harris and I decided not to battle any further against fate. After that, we mixed ourselves some toddy and sat round and talked. George told us about a man he had known who had come up the river 2 years ago and who had slept out in a damp boat, and it had given him rheumatic fever, and nothing was able to save him, and he had died 10 days afterwards. George said he was quite a young man and was going to marry. He said it was one of the saddest things he had ever known. And Harris also told us a story about a friend of his who had slept out under a canvas one wet night. "On just such another night as this," said Harris, and he had woke up in the morning a disabled person. Harris said he would introduce us to the man when we got back to town. It would make our hearts bleed to see him. This led to some pleasant chat about sciatica, fevers, chills, lung diseases, and bronchitis, and Harris said how awkward it would be if one of us were seriously ill in the night, as we were far away from a doctor. There seemed to be a desire for something jolly. In a weak moment I suggested that George should get out his banjo and see if he could play us a comic song. There was no need to insist. George at once took out his instrument and began to play a comic song, which had an air of sadness that quite surprised me. We were about to fall upon each other's necks and cry, but by great effort we kept back our tears and listened to the sad melody in silence. We even made an effort to be cheerful. We refilled our glasses and began to sing. Harris, in a voice trembling with emotion, leading, and George and I were following him. There we broke down. We were, in our state of depression, unable to bear it. Harris cried like a little child, and the dog howled till I thought his heart or his jaw must break. George wanted to go along with the song. He thought he could make it sound not so sad. The majority, however, was against the experiment. As there was nothing else to do, we went to bed. We undressed ourselves and tossed at the bottom of the boat for 3 or 4 hours. We managed to get some uneasy sleep until 5 a.m., when we all got up and had breakfast. The second day was exactly like the first. The rain continued to pour down, and we sat wrapped in our coats and drifted slowly down. One of us, I forget which one now, but I rather think it was myself, made a few attempts during the course of the morning to rouse old gypsy foolishness about being children of nature and enjoying the wet, but this idea was not a success. On one point we were all agreed. We would go through with this job up to the end. We had come out for an enjoyment on the river, and we would have it. If it killed us, well, that would be a sad thing for our friends and relatives, but it could not be helped. We felt that to give up because of the weather would be a terrible precedent. "It's only 2 days more," said Harris, "and we are young and strong. We may do all right after all." At about 4 o'clock we began to discuss our plans for the evening. We were past Goring then, and we decided to paddle on to Pangbourne and put up there for the night. "Another jolly evening," exclaimed George sadly. We sat and thought it over. We should be in Pangbourne by 5. We should finish dinner at, say, 6:30. After that, we could walk around under pouring rain until bedtime, or we could sit in a dull bar. "It's almost a pity that we've decided not to part with this boat," said Harris. And then there was silence for a while. "There's a train that leaves Pangbourne, I know, soon after 5, which would just bring us in town in comfortable time to have supper," said George. Nobody spoke. We looked at one another, and each one seemed to see his own guilty thoughts reflected in the face of the others. We looked up and down the river. Not a soul was in sight. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, followed by a shamed-looking dog, were creeping from the boat-house towards the railway station, dressed in the following costume: black leather shoes, dirty; suit of boating flannels, very dirty; brown hat, much shabby; umbrella, very wet. We had deceived the boatman at Pangbourne. We couldn't tell him that we were running away from the rain. We had left the boat with all the luggage in his charge, with instructions that it was to be ready for us at 9 the next morning. If, we said, if anything should happen preventing our return, we would write to him. We reached Pangbourne at 7 and drove straight to a good restaurant, where we had a light meal, left Montmorency, asked for a supper to be ready at 10:30, then we went to the theatre. We attracted a lot of attention there. When we came up to the ticket office, we were directed to the stage door, and were informed that we were half an hour behind our time. We persuaded the man, with some difficulty, that we were not the famous acrobats from the Himalaya Mountains, and he took our money and let us pass. Inside, we were a still greater success. Our fine bronzed faces and picturesque clothes were looked at with admiration. We were the centre of attention for everyone. It was a proud moment for us all. We left soon after the first ballet and went back to the restaurant, where supper was already served. I was enjoying that supper. For about 10 days we have been eating nothing but cold meat, cake, and bread and jam. It had been a simple diet, but there had been nothing exciting about it, and the smell of Burgundy wine and French sauces, and the sight of clean napkins, as a very welcome visitor knocked at the door of our souls. We ate and drank in silence for a while, until the time came when, instead of sitting upright with a knife and fork, we leant back in our chairs and worked slowly and carelessly. When we stretched out our legs under the table, let our napkins fall, and felt good and thoughtful and forgiving. Then Harris, who was sitting next to the window, looked out upon the street. It was wet. The dim lamps flickered. The rain splashed into the puddles. A few wet travellers hurried past under their umbrellas, the women holding up their skirts. "Well," said Harris, reaching for his glass, "we have had a pleasant trip, and my hearty thanks for it to old Thames, but I think we did well to leave it when we did. Here's to 3 men well out of a boat." And Montmorency, standing on his back legs before the window, gave a short bark of agreement with the toast.